Sometimes the mind notices something before you do. A shift in the room, a silence that feels wrong. You tell yourself it's nothing because that's easier. The people in tonight's stories did the same, until they couldn't anymore. I'm Lurk. Leave a like, subscribe, and let's begin. My neighbor was an older man who lived a few houses down from us. I had known him for most of my life. He was the kind of person you would see outside almost every day, usually sitting on his porch or working on something in his yard. He wasn't loud or overly social, but he was friendly in a quiet way. If you walked past his house, he would usually nod or say hello. Everyone in the neighborhood knew him mostly for one thing: fishing. Fishing was basically his whole routine. Almost every morning he would leave early with his truck and come back later in the day with a small cooler and his fishing gear. Sometimes I would see him sitting on his porch afterward, cleaning the fish he had caught. It was just part of the normal background of the neighborhood. You'd walk past his house and there he'd be, sitting in the same chair, working quietly. About 6 years ago, people started hearing that something was wrong with his health. Eventually, it became clear that he had a serious heart condition. It wasn't the kind of thing that doctors expected him to recover from. From what I understood, he knew his time was limited. What struck me at the time was how calm he seemed about it. Instead of acting bitter or depressed, he started doing something unusual. He began giving away some of his belongings to people he trusted in the neighborhood. Nothing huge or extremely valuable, just personal items that meant something to him. One afternoon, he called me over while I was outside. When I walked up to his porch, he handed me a fishing tackle box. It was an old metal one, the kind that had probably been used for years. The paint was worn and scratched, and it had that faint smell of old fishing gear that comes from years of use. He told me he wanted me to have it. I remember being a little surprised because I had never really fished before. I told him that, but he just smiled and said something like, "Maybe you will someday." That was about it. I thanked him and brought the tackle box home. Since I didn't fish, I didn't really know what to do with it. I didn't want to throw it away because it felt wrong, and I didn't want to give it away because he had specifically given it to me. So I just put it in my closet and left it there. For a while, life continued normally, but not long after that, my neighbor passed away in his home. It wasn't unexpected because everyone knew his health had been declining. Still, it felt strange knowing he wasn't there anymore. His house suddenly felt empty and quiet in a way it hadn't before. About a week after he died, something happened that I still can't fully explain. One morning, I woke up and noticed something strange. The tackle box was sitting at the foot of my bed. At first, I didn't react much. My stepdad has always liked playing little jokes or messing with people in harmless ways, so my immediate assumption was that he had gone into my room and moved it there as some kind of prank. It didn't seem like a big deal. I picked it up and put it back in the closet where it had been before. I didn't think about it much after that, but the next morning something happened again. I woke up and there it was. The tackle box was sitting at the foot of my bed, exactly the same spot. At that point I was confused, but still not really scared. I assumed my stepdad had done it again. So later that day, I asked him about it. I asked him why he kept moving the tackle box into my room. He looked completely confused. He told me he had no idea what I was talking about. At first, I thought he might just be messing with me, but his reaction seemed genuine. So I decided to test something. That night, I took the tackle box and hid it somewhere in my room where he wouldn't easily find it. I pushed it all the way under my bed, not just under the bed, but all the way in the back, against the wall where you would have to reach pretty far to grab it. Then I placed other things in front of it to make sure it was hidden. The idea was simple. If my stepdad had been moving it as a joke, he probably wouldn't bother digging around under my bed to find it. I went to sleep thinking that would settle the whole thing. The next morning I woke up and looked toward the foot of my bed. Nothing was there. The tackle box wasn't there, so I checked under my bed. It was still exactly where I had left it. That made me feel relieved. At that point, I figured the earlier times had just been my stepdad messing around, and he simply didn't want to admit it. Since the box hadn't moved, I stopped thinking about it. Days passed and I didn't worry about it anymore. Then about 3 days later, something happened that completely changed how I felt about the situation. One morning I woke up and immediately noticed something at the foot of my bed. My stomach dropped the moment I saw it. The tackle box was there again, just sitting there like before, right at the foot of my bed. For a moment I just stared at it, trying to process what I was seeing, because this time I knew something important. I knew exactly where that tackle box had been hidden, under the bed, all the way against the wall, with things placed in front of it. No one had gone digging under there, and yet somehow it had ended up back in the same place. At that point, I started to feel genuinely unsettled. It's one thing when you think someone might be playing a prank. It's another thing entirely when you can't explain how something moved at all. I didn't really know what to do, so I did the only thing that came to mind. I decided to use the tackle box the way my neighbor probably would have wanted. I took it with me and went fishing. Even though I wasn't experienced, I figured I could at least try. I opened the box, looked through the gear inside, and spent some time by the water trying to figure it out. It actually turned out to be a pretty peaceful experience. I didn't catch anything impressive, but I spent a few hours out there just fishing and thinking. After that day, I brought the tackle box back home. I put it away again, and from that moment on, it never moved again. Not once. It stayed exactly where I left it. Years have passed since then. The tackle box is still in my house. It's still sitting in the same place, and it hasn't moved a single time since the day I finally went fishing with it. When I was 13 years old, on the 15th of January in 2012, my world quietly collapsed without making a sound. That was the day they found my father dead in his apartment. He had been lying there for almost a month before anyone noticed. A whole month. I didn't understand what that really meant back then, not fully. I only knew that my father was gone and that he had been gone for a long time, before the world decided to tell us. At that age, time feels strange. A month sounds long, but your brain can't really hold it. What stayed with me was the silence around it, the way adults spoke in low voices, and the feeling that something had already ended long before I was allowed to know about it. Only 4 days later, something else happened that sealed that time in my memory forever. My mother came back from a mammography screening. She sat across from me at the kitchen table, and before she even spoke, she started crying. Not quiet crying, but the kind where your face breaks and you can't stop it. I thought she was crying because of my father. She had been the one who got the call about him after all. I remember thinking that this was just delayed grief finally catching up with her. I remember everything about that moment. The table, the light, the smell of food. We were eating spaghetti bolognese. I can still see her tears falling slowly into the sauce, like the world had slowed down just for that moment. My stepfather was sitting next to me, quiet, saying nothing. I asked my mom if she was okay, not realizing what she was about to say. I was just a kid trying to be polite, trying to be normal in a moment that wasn't normal at all. She looked at me and told me they had found breast cancer in her right breast. That was it. No dramatic speech, no build-up. Just that sentence. I didn't even understand what it fully meant at first. Cancer was a word I had heard before, but it didn't feel real. Later, much later, I would find out that her chances of survival were only around 40%. At that moment, all I could do was stare past her, at the bookshelf behind her head. I remember the colors of the book covers, how sharp they looked, how my eyes locked onto them because I didn't know where else to look. The months that followed were heavy, in a way I didn't have words for back then. With more and more radiation, my mother lost all her hair. I watched it happen slowly, then all at once. One day her hair was thinner, the next day it was gone. She looked smaller without it, more fragile. But she survived. Somehow, she survived. People like to stop stories there at survival. They like to believe that surviving means things get better. But that was not the end. Not even close. There are 3 things from that time that still scare me today. They don't scare me in a horror movie way. They scare me quietly, the way memories creep up on you when you're alone. The first is my older brother. Today, he is addicted to drugs, but even back then, alcohol had already taken a strong hold on him. On New Year's Eve that year, just 2 weeks before we would get the message about my father, and only 2 weeks after my father had already died without us knowing, we celebrated together. My mom, my stepfather, my brother, his girlfriend, and a few friends were all in his apartment. Everyone was drinking, laughing, dancing. Everyone except me. I sat alone in the corner, bored, uncomfortable, watching drunk adults move around like strangers. My brother ignored me the entire evening, which wasn't unusual. He walked past me at one point, still not looking at me, still acting like I wasn't there. Then suddenly, he stopped. He turned around so fast it almost startled me. His eyes were wide, completely serious, and he stared straight into mine. He didn't smile. He didn't laugh. He just looked at me for a few seconds that felt much longer than they were. Then he said, completely out of nowhere, "Call your father." I don't know why I did it. Maybe part of me hoped he would answer. I hadn't been in contact with my father for a while, but I wanted to rebuild something with him someday. I wanted the option to exist. So I called him. I listened as the phone rang and then switched to voicemail. I heard his recorded voice. That was the last time I ever heard it. Days later, we would find out he had already been dead, while my brother told me to call him. The second thing that haunts me is standing in the place where my father died. I went to his apartment after everything came out. I stood there knowing that this was where my blood came from, where my ancestor, my creator, had taken his last breaths. The couch terrified me the most. That was where he spent his last days. 49 years old, dead from organ failure. Alcohol had taken him piece by piece long before it finally finished the job. The third thing is the longest, the heaviest, and the one that shaped me the most. It is my stepfather and my mother's mental illness, and the way they wrapped around my childhood like a trap I couldn't escape. From around 2010 until 2017, our home was not a safe place. My stepfather assaulted, broke, and destroyed both me and my mother, emotionally and physically. Instead of supporting us, instead of changing, instead of apologizing, instead of leaving, instead of giving up alcohol, instead of stopping, he chose to drink every night. He worked as a waiter, which meant alcohol was always there, always easy to access. He usually came home around midnight. I learned to recognize his arrival without seeing him. The light would turn on in the hallway, shining through the small gap between my door and the floor. That light became a warning signal. After that came my mother's screams for help. Then came his screams, full of anger, then crying, then the sounds of glass breaking, or heavy furniture being thrown or falling. Sometimes the police came. Over time, even they stopped trying. I tried everything I could as a child. First, I fought against him, thinking strength would fix it. When that failed, I fought against my mother, because she was the one who always let him stay. Then I realized she was also a victim, and I found myself stuck in a horrible place where I loved her and hated her at the same time. The worst part was watching her lose all her hair because of cancer, while he kept abusing her anyway. She defended him, saying, That's his way of dealing with this. Hearing that from her broke something inside me that never fully healed. Nobody cared about my mental health during those years. Not teachers, not family, not authorities. I was just expected to survive quietly, and somehow I did. All of this left deep marks inside me, but I still managed to graduate as the best student in my year. Shortly after that, I escaped. I moved to Australia, about 20,000 kilometers away from home. I am still here. People often ask what this story is supposed to mean. To me, it means that domestic violence is real. It happens every day, far more often than people like to believe. You never truly know what someone has lived through. You never really know. On the evening of my graduation, I was given the chance to hold a speech. I talked about the things we don't see, the things we ignore, the quiet suffering behind normal faces. It was my scream for help, even if I didn't call it that at the time. Nobody understood it. Everyone congratulated me. My mother left the room before I finished speaking. She knew exactly what I was talking about. I went to a small college in Pennsylvania in the mid-1980s, the kind of place that felt quiet and safe on the surface. It wasn't a big university with crowds and noise all night. It was smaller, more personal, the type of campus where people recognized faces even if they didn't know names. Back then, we truly believed we were protected just by being there. The buildings were old but well kept. The dorms felt like temporary homes, and most of us were young enough to still think bad things mostly happened somewhere else. That feeling started to crack during the spring semester of 1985. Word began to spread that there was a guy attacking women around campus. At first, the stories were vague. Someone had been mugged late at night. Someone else had been followed. Then it became clear this wasn't just rumor. This was real. Women were being targeted, and suddenly the campus didn't feel safe anymore. The worst part was how unprepared we were. Back then, we weren't allowed to have anything that could be considered a weapon. No mace, no pepper spray, nothing meant for self-defense. The rules were strict, and the idea was that the campus itself was supposed to be our protection. But when that illusion broke, we had to get creative. Quietly, without telling anyone official, we started figuring out what we could legally keep in our rooms that might help us if something went wrong. I slept with a metal nail file on my nightstand. It wasn't sharp in a dramatic way, but it was solid, and in my mind, that mattered. I also kept a huge can of hairspray right next to it. It was the 1980s, after all, and hairspray came in enormous cans back then. I told myself that if I had to, I could spray it in someone's eyes. Other girls did similar things. Some slipped metal forks from the dining hall into their pockets and hid them in drawers. Others kept heavy objects close to their beds. None of us talked about it openly, but we all knew. Fear has a way of creating silent agreements. That semester, by pure chance, I had been assigned my own dorm room. Normally, that would have felt like a luxury, privacy, quiet, space to myself. But once the attacks started happening, being alone in my room felt less like freedom and more like vulnerability. At night, every sound seemed louder. Every shadow felt suspicious. Before going to bed, I developed a routine. I checked my closet carefully, pulling back clothes to make sure no one was hiding there. I looked under the bed, even though I knew how ridiculous it felt. I locked the door and checked it twice. I made sure the windows were shut and latched. My nail file and hairspray were always on the nightstand within arm's reach. Phones were different back then, too. No speed dial like we're used to now. No cell phones. No easy way to call for help instantly. But I came up with a small trick that made me feel slightly safer. I would dial the phone number of our dorm counselor right before bed. These counselors were adults employed by the college, each living in an apartment within the dorms. They were there to help students, to handle problems, to be a bridge between us and the administration. Sort of like official older siblings. I would dial his number, let it ring once or twice, then hang up before he answered. That way, if something happened, I could just hit redial and reach him immediately. Even with all of that, fear never really left. It just settled in quietly. The night they finally caught the guy is burned into my memory. By then, everyone was on edge. We were all in our rooms for the night, trying to pretend things were normal, when we heard the door from the stairwell open. The sound echoed down the hallway in a way that felt wrong. Then came footsteps. Slow, shuffling, deliberate. And then we heard his breathing. It was heavy, wet, and disgusting. The kind of breathing you notice even when you're trying not to. He stopped at each door, one by one. I was sitting up on my bed, frozen, my heart pounding so hard I thought I might pass out. All the plans I had made in my head vanished. The nail file, the hairspray, the phone trick, none of it felt real anymore. Fear wiped my mind clean. When he stopped at my door, everything felt like it shrank down to that single moment. I could see his shoes through the crack under the door. They were close, too close. His breathing was right there on the other side of the wood. We had dry erase boards attached to the outside of our doors so we could leave each other messages. Voicemail wasn't common then, so this was how we communicated. I heard him snap the pen off my board. The sound was sharp and loud in the silence. Then I heard it drop on the floor. When he bent down to pick it up, I saw the shadow of his fingers under the door. Just the tips, moving slowly. That image still makes my stomach turn. I was terrified beyond words. For a second, I thought about calling my two guy friends who lived 4 floors above me. They were strong, protective, the kind of people you think of when you need help. But then another thought hit me. What if he hurt them too? That fear stopped me. I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. I just sat there, completely frozen. After what felt like forever, he snapped the pen back onto the board and moved on. I didn't breathe again until his footsteps faded. He stopped at one more door. The door of the girl he was actually there for. We would find out later that he had targeted her specifically, and in a cruel twist of fate, she and her roommate were the only ones on the hall who had left their door unlocked. The hallway was so quiet during all of this that it felt unreal. No one made a sound. Every girl on that floor was probably holding her breath, listening, praying. I was still frozen on my bed when I heard it happen. Suddenly, screaming broke the silence. Raw, terrified, angry screams. "Get the fuck out of my room, you freak! What the fuck is wrong with you?" Everything exploded after that. I finally moved, stumbling to the phone and hitting redial with shaking hands. But it turned out I wasn't the only one. Other girls had already called the dorm counselor. He was already on his way with a campus police officer right behind him. The guy came flying out of the girl's room. She wasn't hurt, thank God. He slammed through the stairwell door he had entered from, just as the dorm counselor and the campus cop ran off the elevator onto our floor. In seconds, every single door opened. We all poured into the hallway at once, talking over each other, crying, shouting, trying to explain what we had seen, who he stopped at, what he did, how close he came. They caught him that night. The part that still unsettles me the most is who he turned out to be. He wasn't some stranger lurking in the shadows. He was a guy from my math class, someone I had seen regularly, someone who blended in well enough that no one suspected. Him. We never really learned what his issues were. Before that night, his attacks had been outside and they had been clear muggings. But that night was different. That night, he entered a dorm. He targeted a specific girl. Whatever line he hadn't crossed before, he was crossing it then. I don't believe he had mugging on his mind anymore. What stays with me isn't just the fear of that night, but the realization that danger doesn't always look like danger. Sometimes it sits a few rows away from you in class. Sometimes it breathes quietly on the other side of a locked door. And sometimes the only thing standing between safety and disaster is a small habit, like remembering to lock your door. Nick dropped out of high school in 9th grade and never really found his way back to anything stable after that. He drifted from place to place, never holding on to one job or one town for very long. By the time all of this happened, people already thought of him as someone who lived on the edges of society, moving wherever he could survive, doing whatever work or favors kept him going. He didn't have much to lose, and that made him dangerous in a quiet, unpredictable way. Alina was very different, at least on the surface. She had gone to high school with my husband and had been one of his closest friends back then. They stayed in touch even after graduation, and in 2003, when my husband and I were in college, she came to visit us. She didn't seem threatening or unstable. She laughed easily, talked about old memories, and blended in like anyone else. There was nothing about her that made you think she could be connected to something violent. That's what makes everything that came later so hard to understand. Jack was also a close friend of my husband. He was the kind of person who got pulled into bad situations without fully thinking through the consequences. At the time, he had gotten involved in dealing weed for Native Americans in northern New York. It wasn't a small side thing. It was serious enough that when he got pulled over after making a pickup, the police searched his car, found the weed, and arrested him on the spot. He ended up spending 6 months in jail. Those 6 months changed everything. When Jack got out, he wasn't free in the way most people think of freedom. He owed money, a lot of money, the kind of money you don't just walk away from. The Native Americans he had been dealing for expected to be paid, and Jack didn't have the means to do that. He was scared, stressed, and probably desperate. He talked to people he trusted, trying to figure out what to do next. Somewhere along the way, Nick and Alina decided they saw an opportunity. Instead of helping Jack get out of trouble, they believed they could use him. They convinced themselves that if they delivered Jack to the reservation, they could step into his place and become the new dealers. They thought this would solve their problems and maybe even make them money. It was a plan built on greed, fear, and a complete lack of concern for Jack as a human being. They invited Jack to Alina's house under the pretense of hanging out. There was no sign of danger, no warning. Jack trusted them. He had no reason not to. When he arrived, Alina hid behind bushes near the house. As Jack walked by, unaware of what was about to happen, she came out of nowhere and hit him on the head with a rock. It was sudden and brutal. He dropped to the ground unconscious. While he was out, they tied him up. They didn't hesitate. They didn't stop to think. They put him into the trunk of his own car, closed it, and drove off. By the time Jack woke up, they were already deep into the drive toward New York. He was trapped, confused, and terrified, banging on the inside of the trunk, trying to make himself heard. Eventually, they pulled over at a rest stop. Jack begged them to let him out so he could use the bathroom. He promised he wouldn't run. He said he just needed to take a piss. He was probably saying anything he could think of to buy time or create a chance to escape. They believed him, or maybe they just didn't care enough to think it through. The moment they let him out, Jack ran. They chased him. Panic took over. The situation spiraled fast. Nick pulled out a gun and shot Jack in the back. There was no warning, no hesitation. Jack went down and was left in a creek in Stafford, New York. They didn't check if he was alive. They didn't call for help. They left him there like he was nothing. After that, they focused on covering their tracks. They took his wallet, the rope they had used to tie him up, and his clothes. They dumped these items in a dumpster in Rochester, New York. Then they drove Jack's car all the way to Chicopee, Massachusetts. Once there, they set it on fire, destroying what evidence they could and trying to make it look like the car had simply vanished or been stolen. One of the most disturbing parts of the entire story is Alina's role in all of this. It was widely believed that she was involved in the entire murder from start to finish. Many people thought she was in the car with Nick, fully participating in everything that happened. But when it came time for Nick to talk, he told a slightly different version. He admitted that Alina hit Jack with the rock and helped put him into the trunk. After that, according to Nick, he called Alina later to help him set the car on fire. He claimed she wasn't there for the shooting itself. Even after the trial, Alina seemed to vanish. She disappeared from everyone's lives. People stopped hearing about her. There were no updates, no clear picture of where she ended up or how she lived afterward. It was like she faded into the background, carrying whatever guilt or secrets she had with her. What makes this story even stranger is what happened shortly before the murder. Native Americans had come down to the Chester area looking for Jack. They went door to door asking questions. At one point, they even asked my sister-in-law and her husband at the time if they knew where Jack was. Her husband back then was known to be shady and involved in drugs himself, which made the situation even more unsettling. It was clear that Jack was being looked for, that his debt wasn't forgotten, and that things were closing in around him. According to official court records, the murder didn't happen exactly the way people first described it. The version my husband heard initially was passed around by word of mouth. Long before the court proceedings began, stories changed slightly depending on who was telling them. Some details were exaggerated, others left out. Fear and rumor filled in the gaps. Only later did the official version emerge, shaped by evidence, testimonies, and legal strategy. Still, no matter which version you look at, the core of the story remains the same. Jack trusted the wrong people. Nick saw a chance to escape his own problems by sacrificing someone else. Alina crossed a line that can never be uncrossed. What started as a plan built on greed and desperation ended in murder, and a life was erased because people believed they could control something that was never theirs to control. What stays with me isn't just the violence of what happened, but how ordinary everyone involved seemed before it all came out. These were people who visited us, who sat in the same rooms, who laughed and shared memories. None of it looked like a warning sign. And that's the part that lingers, the understanding that sometimes the most terrifying stories don't begin with monsters, they begin with friends. When I was a kid, my bedroom was in a strange spot in our house. Right next to it was a small shed that was attached to the building, and there was a set of glass doors inside my room that led directly into that shed. At the time, it didn't seem like a big deal. It was just part of the house, something I had grown up with, something normal. We lived on a very rural road, far away from town. We did have neighbors, but they were spread out, not close enough that you could easily see their houses from ours. At night, it felt especially isolated, like our house existed on its own little island surrounded by darkness. Around the time I was 12 or 13 years old, sometime in 2002 or 2003, things started to change. It began quietly, in ways that were easy to question and explain away if you wanted to. Late at night, I started hearing footsteps in the shed outside my bedroom. At first, I told myself it was just the house settling or maybe an animal, but then I started seeing something too. Through the glass doors, I could make out a figure moving around, someone walking back and forth right outside my room. Sometimes I would hear the sound of the door handle being tested, like someone was trying to pull the door open. I was terrified. Every time it happened, my heart would race so hard, it felt like it might burst out of my chest. I would jump out of bed and run to my parents' room, shaking, trying to explain what I had heard and seen. They would get up, annoyed and tired, and check the shed. Every single time, there was nothing there. No signs of anyone, no broken locks, no open doors. Eventually, my dad got fed up. He was convinced I was imagining things, letting my fear get the better of me. One night, after being woken up yet again, he slapped me across the face and told me I was being dramatic. That moment stuck with me in a way I didn't understand back then. I felt embarrassed, ashamed, and completely alone. After that, I stopped waking them up. I still heard the footsteps. I still saw the shadowy figure moving outside my door. It didn't stop. It happened 3 or 4 nights a week, sometimes more. But I dealt with it on my own. I pushed my bed in front of the glass doors so they couldn't be opened easily. It wasn't a perfect solution, but it made me feel like I had at least some control. I found a piece of scrap rebar and kept it next to my bed just in case. I didn't even really know what I would do with it, but having it there made me feel a little less helpless. Night after night, I lay awake listening, barely sleeping. Over time, something worse than fear crept in, doubt. I started wondering if I really was imagining it, if maybe I was crazy. When something happens for months and no one else believes you, you start to question your own mind. About 6 months after it all started, something happened that changed everything. One day, my dad picked me up from school early. That alone was strange. He didn't explain much, just said we needed to go home and talk to the police. My stomach dropped. My first thought, exhausted and confused from months of poor sleep, was that I was in trouble. I honestly thought I was being arrested for causing drama or lying. When we pulled up to the house and I saw multiple police cars parked outside, I completely panicked. My mom saw how scared I was and pulled me aside to calm me down. That's when she explained what was really going on. Earlier that day, my dad had gone into the shed to get some tools and realized that a lot of them were missing. Chainsaws, electric drills, expensive equipment, all gone. He called the police, but at first he didn't connect it to anything else. He mentioned it to the neighbors as a warning, just in case someone was going around stealing things. That's when one of our neighbors told him something disturbing. He admitted that his son might have stolen the tools to sell them for drug money. He asked my dad not to involve the police and said they would pay him back. My dad refused. He didn't want money, he wanted answers. He told the police anyway. The police went to the neighbor's house and searched the son's room. What they found there changed my life forever. Along with the stolen tools and drugs, they found photos. Photos of me. Photos taken on our property. School photos of me that had been stolen. And photos of me inside my bedroom. It was him, the neighbor's son. He had been sneaking into the shed all along. He had tried multiple times to open the door to my room. Every time I turned on the light or shined a torch toward the glass, he ran away. That was why my parents never caught him. That was why there was never anyone there when they checked. The police believed he started stealing tools because he was already there so often. Stealing wasn't the original reason he was coming into the shed. It was something he added later. When I understood what had really been happening, I felt sick. I couldn't stop thinking about all the nights I had been lying awake, listening, wondering if I was crazy, wondering if I deserved to be slapped for being scared. My parents were furious, not just at him, but at themselves. They apologized over and over for not believing me. Even now, years later, they still feel terrible about it. I try not to think too much about what could have happened if things had gone differently. If I hadn't been such a light sleeper, if I hadn't moved my bed, if I hadn't turned on the light when I heard him. Those thoughts are too heavy. I never went to court. The police recorded a video of me recounting everything, and that was enough. I didn't want to see him again. I still don't know exactly what happened to him, and honestly, I don't want to know. I just hope he got help before he did something that couldn't be undone. Looking back now as an adult, I understand my parents a little better. There was no evidence at first. Nothing broken, nothing stolen. If I heard a child telling that story today, I might struggle to believe it too. Fear can look like imagination when you don't have proof. I don't blame them anymore, though I still tease them about it sometimes. There was one small, unexpected good thing that came out of all of this. After everything was over, my parents finally gave in and let me get some pet mice. They thought it might help me feel safe again, give me something positive to focus on. One of them was named Paprika, or Pappy for short. I had him for 6 years. He was gentle and curious and comforting in a way I didn't know I needed. Taking care of him helped me heal in ways I can't fully explain. He was the reason I realized I wanted to work with animals one day. Even now, years later, that memory still feels close. Not loud or dramatic, but quiet and heavy. A reminder of how easily fear can be dismissed. How dangerous it is when a child isn't believed, and how sometimes the scariest things aren't imagined at all. I was 15 years old when this happened, and even now, years later, I can still remember it with a level of clarity that surprises me. Some memories fade with time, but others stay sharp, like they get stuck somewhere deep in your body instead of your mind. This is one of those memories. It didn't feel dramatic when I lived it. There was no music, no slow motion, nothing cinematic about it. It was just a normal day that quietly turned into one of the scariest moments of my life. At that age, my world was pretty small. School, friends, and dance practice took up most of my time. One of my close friends was getting ready for her quinceañera, and a group of us were practicing at her house almost every day. Her family lived in a neighborhood where most people spoke Spanish, and most of the kids I danced with were Hispanic. I was the only white kid in the group, which never really bothered me. It was just a fact. We laughed, practiced, complained about sore feet, and counted down the days until the big event. Nothing about it felt strange or unsafe. Because none of us could drive yet, we usually went home by taxi. This was a small town, and it wasn't unusual for taxis to be unmarked. A lot of people ran small transportation businesses, especially within the Hispanic community. You didn't always see a company logo or a number on the side of the car. It was just how things worked there, and no one questioned it. We'd done this dozens of times without any issues. That day, it was just me and 2 other girls who needed a ride home. I didn't speak much Spanish, only a few basic words, so my friends usually handled talking to the drivers. We got into an older minivan that had clearly seen better days. It was dented, worn down, and smelled faintly like old upholstery, and something I couldn't quite place. At the time, I didn't think much of it. It was just another ride. My friends told the driver that he should take me home first. The reason was simple. I could describe where I lived more easily in English, and they could explain their addresses better in Spanish once I was dropped off. The driver agreed, but then he asked them where they lived. They told him. That part didn't seem strange either. Looking back, I realized that was the moment things started to shift, but at the time, it felt normal. Instead of driving toward my neighborhood, he went straight to theirs. I remember feeling slightly confused, but not alarmed. Maybe he just wanted to get their directions first, I thought. The van pulled up in front of their house, and they got out like nothing was wrong. I waved goodbye, expecting the van to turn around and head toward my place next. As soon as the doors closed and the van started moving again, I became very aware that it was just me and him. The silence felt heavier than it had before. The sound of the engine and the tires on the road suddenly seemed much louder. I noticed things I hadn't paid attention to earlier. His age, his size, the way the dashboard was cracked, the way the seats sagged. From past experiences and maybe just from being a teenage girl who grew up hearing warnings, my body went on high alert before my mind fully caught up. I didn't panic, but I felt tense, like something inside me had tightened. He started talking to me, telling me that he took this job to pay for a vacation for his family. The way he said it felt casual, almost like he was trying to reassure me. I remember feeling my guard drop just a little. Family man, I thought. That must mean he's safe. It's strange how easily we try to talk ourselves out of fear, especially when we're young and don't want to seem rude or paranoid. We got closer to my neighborhood and I started to relax again. When we reached my street, I told him to turn right. I even pointed just to be clear. He didn't slow down. He didn't turn. The van kept going straight. In that exact moment, it felt like my stomach dropped out of my body. My heart started racing and my hands moved on their own, reaching for the door handle. Everything inside me was screaming that something was wrong. He looked at me and said that I was very beautiful. Then he suggested that I should let him take me out to eat. The words felt heavy in the air, like they didn't belong there. I remember how exposed I felt sitting in that seat, how small the space suddenly seemed. I told him no, that I wanted to go home. My voice sounded steadier than I felt. He laughed it off and asked if I was hungry. He kept pushing, saying we could get something to eat. I said no again and asked to go home. I tried to keep my tone polite but firm, the way girls are taught to be. Don't provoke. Don't be rude. Just get out safely. Instead of turning around, he pulled into the back of an empty parking lot. The place was quiet and mostly dark, with no other cars around. The moment the van stopped, my whole body went numb. It was like my brain couldn't decide what to do, so it froze. I could hear my breathing, shallow and fast, and I could feel my heart pounding in my ears. He leaned over and started to put his arm around the back of my seat. That's when something finally snapped inside me. I don't know where the courage came from because I didn't feel brave at all. I just looked straight at him right in the face and said, "Take me home. Now." I didn't yell, but my voice was hard in a way it hadn't been before. For a moment, he just looked at me. Then he pulled out of the parking lot and started driving. The relief I felt was immediate but fragile, like it could disappear at any second. I stayed tense the whole way, watching the road, watching him, ready to speak up again if I needed to. As we got closer to my area, he asked if he could have my number. I didn't answer. I stared out the window and pretended I didn't hear him. When he got near my street, I didn't tell him exactly where to stop. I asked him to drop me off several roads away. I didn't want him to know where I actually lived. When I got out of the van, I didn't go straight home. I walked toward an elderly couple's house nearby and acted like that was where I lived. I waited until the van drove away. Then I ran. I cut through the woods, branches scraping my arms, my lungs burning as I sprinted all the way home. Once inside, I locked the door and immediately called my friends, my hands shaking so badly I could barely hold the phone. Their parents took it seriously right away. They called the taxi company and reported what had happened. The man was fired almost immediately. Knowing that helped, but it didn't erase the fear. For months afterward, I was constantly on edge. Every unfamiliar car made my stomach tighten. I worried that he might look for me, that he might be angry and want revenge. Even though nothing else happened, the feeling stayed with me. What scared me the most wasn't just what he did. It was how quickly an ordinary situation turned into something dangerous. One moment, I was just a kid going home from dance practice. The next, I was trapped in a van, realizing how vulnerable I really was. It taught me a harsh lesson at a young age, one that a lot of people, especially girls, learn far too early. I still think about that version of myself sometimes. 15 years old, trying to be polite, trying not to overreact, trusting that adults would do the right thing. I wish I could go back and tell her that her fear was valid, that she wasn't wrong for feeling it, and that speaking up probably saved her from something much worse. Even now, telling this story feels important, not because it's dramatic, but because it's real. It's the kind of thing that happens quietly in everyday places to people who never expect it. I grew up in a pretty ordinary hometown, the kind of place where most people know each other, or at least recognize familiar faces. It wasn't a big city. It was one of those towns where news traveled fast, where stories stuck around for years, and where you felt like nothing truly shocking could happen without everyone knowing about it almost immediately. At least, that's what I believed back then. There was a kid I went to high school with who was 1 grade younger than me. I didn't know him well. We weren't friends, and we didn't hang out in the same circles, but I knew who he was. Everyone did. You couldn't really avoid knowing him, partly because he lived on the same street as my aunt and uncle, and partly because a few years earlier, he'd been in the local news for something that made people talk about him like he was a hero. When he was younger, he had saved his father from drowning while his dad was having a heart attack. From what everyone said, it was a terrifying situation. His father collapsed in the water, and somehow this kid had the presence of mind to pull him out and keep him alive until help arrived. Firefighters and police honored him afterward. There was a banquet. He got awards. His picture was in the paper. Adults talked about him with admiration, like he was proof that good kids still existed, that bravery and selflessness weren't dead. That story followed him for years. Teachers mentioned it. Parents used him as an example. He was known as the kid who saved his dad's life. No one ever talked about him in a negative way. If anything, people seemed proud that someone like that came from our town. So when everything else happened later, it felt unreal, like it belonged to a different place, a different story, not ours. The first time I heard about the murders, I didn't even connect them to him. An older couple had been found dead a few blocks away from my aunt and uncle's house. They were well known in the area. The man had been a former judge or district attorney, someone with a long career in the legal system. Because of that, the initial assumption was that it had something to do with his past work. People thought maybe someone he had sent to prison had gotten out and come back for revenge. That explanation made sense to people. It fit the narrative everyone was comfortable with. The details were disturbing even before the truth came out. The couple had gone out to a family dinner that evening. While they were gone, someone broke into their home. Instead of stealing things and leaving, the person stayed. He hid in their closet and waited. That part alone makes my skin crawl, even now. The idea of someone standing in the dark, listening to a house settle, waiting for people to come home, is horrifying in a very quiet way. When the couple returned, they went to bed, completely unaware that someone else was in their house. Sometime during the night, they were stabbed to death in their sleep. There was no dramatic confrontation, no chance to defend themselves. It was fast and brutal and deeply personal, in a way that didn't make sense if it was just about robbery or random violence. For a while, the town stayed stuck on the idea that it was revenge. People whispered about former inmates, about grudges, about unfinished business from the past. It was easier to believe that than to accept that something else was going on. About a week or so after the murders, something happened that has never left my mind. I was skipping class that day. I don't even remember why. I think I just wanted to leave school early. As I was walking down the hallway, I turned a corner near the lockers and suddenly stopped. He was there, the kid from my hometown, the hero kid. He was standing in front of a row of lockers, punching them over and over. His hands were red, and he didn't seem to care. He was crying, not quietly, but in this raw, uncontrollable way. He was pulling at his hair, pacing, hitting the metal doors like he was trying to break through something that wasn't there. I froze. I didn't know what I was seeing. At first, it just looked like a breakdown, like someone who couldn't handle stress or grief. But then he looked up and saw me. I've seen scared eyes before. I've seen angry eyes. I've seen sad eyes. What I saw that day didn't fit any of those categories. His eyes were empty in a way I didn't know was possible. There was no panic in them, no embarrassment at being seen like that. Just this flat, dead look like he wasn't fully there anymore. We locked eyes for maybe a second or two. It felt much longer. I didn't say anything. He didn't say anything either. Something deep in me told me not to engage, not to ask if he was okay, not to try to be kind or curious. I just turned around and walked the other way as calmly as I could. I got to my car and left. At the time, I didn't connect that moment to the murders. It felt disturbing, yes, but teenagers have breakdowns. People cry in hallways. I pushed it out of my mind. Then the truth came out. He was eventually caught, not because of some long police investigation or forensic breakthrough, but because he told his girlfriend what he had done. I don't know why he told her. Guilt, maybe, or arrogance, or a need to be seen. Whatever the reason, she went to the police and everything unraveled from there. When people learned that it was him, the same kid who had been honored by firefighters and police years earlier, the town went quiet in a way I can only describe as stunned. It felt like the air was heavier, like everyone was questioning their own judgment, their own assumptions about the people around them. The details that came out afterward made it even worse. Before the murders, he had been going around the neighborhood at night, checking for unlocked doors, just walking up to houses and testing handles, seeing who was careless, seeing who was vulnerable. When that information became public, my aunt immediately thought about her house. She had security cameras installed all around her property. She lived on the same street as him, and at the time of the murder, she had been home alone with my two little cousins, who were only 2 and 5 years old. She went back through her camera footage. That night, you can see a hooded figure walk up to her front door. He jiggles the handle. It's locked. He doesn't leave right away. Instead, he walks around the side of the house and checks the gate. That's locked too. He stands there for a full minute, just motionless, like he's thinking. Then he walks away. My aunt was inside the house the entire time, alone with 2 small children, completely unaware that someone was outside, deciding whether or not to try to get in. When she told us that, my stomach dropped. It's one thing to hear about something terrible happening somewhere else. It's another thing to realize how close it came to your own family, how thin the line really was between safety and tragedy. Looking back, the part that haunts me the most isn't just what he did, but who he was supposed to be. He wasn't some outsider. He wasn't someone people warned their kids about. He was a local kid, a hero, someone who had once been praised by the same systems that later had to hunt him down. I think about that moment in the school hallway a lot, about his eyes, about how something inside him already seemed gone. I wonder if anyone else saw it too, or if I was just unlucky enough to cross his path at the wrong moment. It changed the way I see people. It changed the way I think about safety, about appearances, about the stories we tell ourselves to make sense of the world. I learned that day that monsters don't always look like monsters. Sometimes they look like the kid from down the street. Sometimes they look like heroes. Sometimes they walk right past you in a school hallway and you don't realize how close you are to something truly horrifying until much later. Even now, years later, that story still feels like something out of a nightmare, not because it was loud or chaotic, but because it was quiet, ordinary, and close, too close. I still think about this sometimes, even though it happened years ago, and no matter how many times I replay it in my head, I can't find a clean explanation that makes everything line up. It wasn't dramatic in the moment. There were no flashing lights or loud sounds or anything that screamed that something strange was happening. That's actually what makes it harder to shake. It felt normal while it was happening, and only afterward did it slowly turn unsettling. At the time, I was in college taking a physics class that happened to be scheduled as the very last class of the day. Anyone who's been through college knows how that feels. By the time late afternoon rolls around, your brain is already checked out. You're watching the clock more than you're listening to the lecture. That day was especially hard to sit through because the weather was perfect. It was one of those late summer afternoons where the sky is clear, the air is warm but not heavy, and everything outside feels more inviting than a classroom. I remember sitting there, half paying attention, half daydreaming about getting out of that room. I kept glancing back and forth between my wristwatch and the clock on the classroom wall. Every few minutes I'd look again, hoping time had magically jumped forward. It hadn't. Physics dragged on the way it always did when you wanted to be somewhere else. Eventually, though, the class finally ended. I packed up my things, walked out of the building, and headed toward the parking lot with that familiar feeling of relief. The drive home from campus was about 20 miles. It wasn't a straight highway trip either. It involved a mix of main roads and quiet country roads. I didn't mind the drive. In fact, I usually enjoyed it. I was really into CB radios and electronics back then. It was more than a casual interest. I understood how the equipment worked, where signals were strongest, and where reception usually dropped. Along my route home, I knew exactly which high points gave the best chance of reaching someone on the radio. I had a routine. As I drove, I'd use the CB radio to call home and let my family know I was on my way. My mom, especially, loved that. She always seemed to time things perfectly. When I got home, supper would already be waiting, still warm. It was one of those small comforts that made a long day feel lighter. That was what I was thinking about as I started the drive. Not time, not anything strange. Just getting home, calling in, and eating. As I left the campus area and moved onto the quieter roads, something caught my attention. Ahead of me, the road dipped slightly and then rose again, and along that stretch I noticed a strange fog. It had a greenish tint to it, not thick enough to completely block visibility, but noticeable enough to stand out. What made it odd was the timing. This was a warm, late summer afternoon. It wasn't early morning, it wasn't night. Fog like that didn't really make sense. I remember slowing down slightly as I drove through it, more out of curiosity than fear. It covered only a small section of the road, almost like a low cloud had settled there for no clear reason. I didn't stop. I didn't turn around. I didn't even think too deeply about it at the time. My mind was still on getting home and calling my family. The fog passed behind me and I continued on. A little further down the road, I reached the first high point where I usually got good CB reception. I picked up the mic and called home, using the same call I always used. There was no response. That didn't bother me. CB radio can be hit or miss. Sometimes signals don't carry, or someone's busy, or there's interference. I kept driving. A few minutes later, I reached the second high spot. This one almost always worked. I called again. Still nothing. That made me pause, but I didn't panic. I told myself it was just one of those days where the signal wasn't cooperating. I tried again at the third known high point. Once more, there was no answer. That's when a small knot of concern formed in my stomach. My family never missed a contact. If I called, someone always answered, even if it was just to say they'd call me back. It was part of our routine, just like supper waiting on the table. The silence felt wrong, but I still didn't jump to any extreme conclusions. I figured maybe they were busy, or maybe the radio was acting up. As I continued driving, I reached the hill that overlooked my town. From that spot, you could see most of the area, and radio reception was excellent. There was no doubt that I should be able to reach them from there. I picked up the mic and called again, this time continuing to call as I drove down the hill, through the streets, all the way toward my neighborhood. Nothing. By the time I pulled into my driveway, the concern had shifted into something closer to fear. The first thing I noticed was the front door. It was wide open, not cracked, not unlocked, wide open. I could see straight through the house to the back door, which was also open. My heart started pounding. I jumped out of the car and ran inside, calling out for my mom, for anyone. My voice echoed through the house. There was no answer. Every room I glanced into was empty. No one was there. The house felt wrong, like it shouldn't be that quiet. I ran straight through to the back door and out into the yard. That's when I saw my mother. She was outside, calmly hanging laundry like it was any normal day. The relief hit me so hard that my knees almost felt weak. I called out to her, probably sounding more shaken than I realized. She looked over at me, completely calm, and said something that immediately confused me. She said, "You're home early." I told her that wasn't possible. I held up my watch and showed her the time. According to my watch, I was right on schedule, not early, not late, just normal. She frowned and said, "That couldn't be right." According to her, it wasn't that late yet. Supper wasn't even close to being ready. We went back inside together, and that's when things really stopped making sense. Every clock in the house was behind my watch. Not by a few minutes, by nearly 2 hours. The kitchen clock, the living room clock, everything. All of them matched each other, and all of them disagreed with my watch. At first, my mom suggested there might have been a power outage that reset the clocks. That seemed reasonable, but then we checked the radio. The time being broadcast matched the house clocks, not my watch. That's when I felt a chill run through me. My watch had been correct earlier. I knew that for a fact. It had matched the clocks at school less than an hour before I left campus. I hadn't adjusted it. I hadn't bumped it. It wasn't malfunctioning. And yet, somehow, according to every other reference point, I had arrived home more than an hour earlier than I should have. I sat down at the kitchen table trying to process it. My head felt heavy, like it does when you're overtired or overstimulated. I kept running through possibilities. Had I left class early? No. I distinctly remembered the end of the lecture. Had I misread the clock? Unlikely. Had I driven faster than usual? Even if I had, there was no way I could have made up that much time on that route. The thought that stuck with me the most was a strange one. I wondered what would have happened if I had arrived home at my regular time. Would I have seen myself pulling into the driveway? Would the house have been empty again? Would something else have been different? The thought made me uncomfortable enough that I stopped thinking about it. To this day, I don't have an explanation that satisfies me. I've gone over every logical possibility I can think of. Faulty memory, faulty watch, misjudged time, none of it fully fits. Everything lines up just enough to be unsettling, but not enough to prove anything concrete. What stays with me isn't fear in the traditional sense. It's more like a quiet unease, a reminder that sometimes reality doesn't behave the way we expect it to. One normal day, one ordinary drive home, and suddenly, time itself felt unreliable. Nothing bad happened. No one was hurt. Life went on exactly as it always had. And maybe that's what makes it harder to understand. It was just a normal day that didn't quite add up, and I'm still not sure it ever will. Sorry to interrupt. If you're new here, I'd appreciate it if you subscribe to Shadow Archives for daily true horror content that will haunt. A couple of years ago, maybe 2 or 3 now, something started happening in my house that I couldn't explain. At first, it was subtle enough that I almost convinced myself it wasn't real. Just little things, sounds that didn't quite fit, moments where I'd pause and think, did I really hear that? Or am I just tired? I lived alone. had a dog, and my place was usually quiet at night. The kind of quiet you get used to. That's probably why the first sound stood out so much. It started with singing. Not loud singing, not music blasting, just this low, distant voice, like someone humming or softly singing to themselves. It usually happened late at night, when everything else was still. At first, I assumed it was something electronic. I checked my Xbox headset, thinking maybe I'd left it connected and it was picking up some random signal. I turned off my record player. I checked my phone to see if some app was playing audio in the background. I even turned my radio on and off, a few times just to rule it out. Every time the sound would stop for a bit, then come back, and I could never pin it down. What made it worse was that it didn't sound like it was coming from one clear direction. Sometimes it felt like it was beneath me. Other times it felt like it was inside the walls. Along with the singing, there was this dull thumping sound, almost like someone shifting their weight or knocking something against wood. It wasn't rhythmic enough to be plumbing, and it didn't sound like an animal either. Still, I tried to be rational. Old houses make noise. Wood expands and contracts. Your brain fills in the blanks when you're tired. So I ignored it. Weeks went by, then months. The sounds would come and go. Some nights were quiet. Other nights I'd lie in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening, trying to convince myself that I wasn't slowly losing my mind. I didn't tell many people about it because I knew how it sounded. Hearing singing that no one else could hear? That's not exactly a conversation starter. Then one night, everything changed. I was in my bedroom when my dog suddenly came running in. She wasn't just curious or alert, she was furious. Her hair was standing up and she was barking and snarling at the floor like it had personally offended her. She started digging at the carpet, claws tearing at it, trying to get at whatever was underneath. I had never seen her act like that before, not in the house, not ever. That's when the fear finally hit me, for real. Animals don't imagine things the way people do. If she was reacting like that, something was wrong. I got her out of the room as quickly as I could, shut the door, and grabbed my gun. My hands were shaking, but my head felt strangely clear. I didn't know what I was expecting to find, but I knew I wasn't sleeping that night. I stayed awake until morning, sitting there with my rifle, barely moving. My dog stayed close to me the entire time, pressed against my leg. I must have dozed off at some point, because I remember waking up with my hands still gripping the gun, my arms stiff and sore. The sun was coming up and everything looked normal again, which almost made it worse. As soon as it was fully light outside, I went out to check around the house. I walked the perimeter slowly, looking for anything out of place. That's when I noticed it. Behind a thick bush near the side of the house, partially hidden, was a small door. One I had never seen before. It took me a moment to process what I was looking at. It was a crawl-space door. I stood there staring at it, trying to remember if I'd ever noticed it before. I honestly couldn't recall seeing it even once. The bush had grown thick over time, completely covering it. I went back inside, grabbed some tools, and started cutting the bush away, right then and there. I didn't care how early it was or how ridiculous I probably looked. I needed to know what was behind that door. By noon, the door was fully exposed. It was old, worn, and unlocked. That alone sent a chill through me. I opened it slowly, my heart pounding, expecting anything and everything. Inside, the crawlspace was not empty. The first thing I saw was a pallet laid out on the dirt floor, covered with blankets. Someone had clearly been sleeping there. There was a teddy bear sitting off to the side, which was unsettling in a way I can't fully explain. Next to it was a trash bag filled with clothes. I recognized some of the items almost immediately. They were mine. Things I had thrown out months earlier. Old shoes, worn shirts, stuff I knew I had gotten rid of. There were also Legos scattered around, which made no sense to me at the time. Then I looked to my right. There was a camera. Not an old broken camera, not something half buried. A working camera positioned deliberately, aiming upward, aiming into my house. My stomach dropped. I grabbed the camera and went back inside. I had an old laptop that I didn't use anymore, so I hooked the camera up to that. Part of me wanted to smash it immediately and pretend I never saw it, but another part of me needed to know. I needed to see what had been recorded. There were several videos. Every single one showed the same thing at the start. A man walking through the woods near my house. He'd move carefully, like he didn't want to be seen, then crouch down near the crawlspace door and slip inside. Once he was in there, the singing would start. It was the same singing I'd been hearing at night. Then the videos got worse. You could hear me inside my house, going about my normal routines, walking around, turning on the shower, opening cabinets, and this man would narrate it, calmly, casually, like it was entertainment. "Ooh, Inevitable Pizzas is about to get a shower," he said in one video, almost amused. I felt sick. One video was from a night I had brought a girl home. Hearing it from his perspective was beyond disturbing. He made comments about hoping to hear us have sex. Just said it out loud, like he was watching a show meant for him. I don't think I've ever felt that violated in my life. I didn't keep the videos. I didn't call anyone. I didn't think. I took the camera, destroyed it, wiped the files, and threw everything out. Then I went straight to the hardware store. I bought new locks, heavy ones, and installed them on the crawlspace door myself. I made sure there was no way someone could open it from the outside. I thought that was the end of it. That night, I heard the singing again. It started the same way it always had. Faint at first, then clearer. Then I heard something else. Tugging, the sound of someone pulling on the crawlspace door, metal scraping, and then a voice, angry this time. "Son of a bitch!" My dog went absolutely insane, barking, growling, throwing herself at the door. I went to the window and carefully pulled the blinds aside just enough to see outside. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. There was a man outside my house messing with the crawlspace lock. I grabbed my gun and went outside. I didn't shout. I didn't warn him. I just stepped onto the porch and turned on the porch light. He screamed. Not a tough guy shout, not anger, pure fear. He bolted immediately, running into the woods as fast as he could. I stood there for a long time, gun in hand, listening to the sounds of him crashing through the brush until everything went quiet again. I never saw him after that. I changed more locks after that night. I checked every part of my house. I became hyper-aware of sounds, of movement, of anything out of place. Over time, the fear faded enough for me to live normally again, but it never completely went away. What messes with me the most isn't just that someone was living under my floor. It's how long it went on without me knowing. How he watched my routines. How close he was every single night. How normal everything seemed on the surface. Sometimes when my house is quiet late at night, I still catch myself listening, just in case. I still replay that night in my head more than I'd like to admit. It wasn't dramatic in the way movies make things dramatic. There was no background music, no slow build-up, no clear warning that something bad was about to happen. It started like any other late-night drive, the kind you've done so many times that you don't even think about it anymore. And that's exactly why it still bothers me. It felt normal right up until it didn't. I had just finished a workout at the gym. It was late, around 3 in the morning, and I was tired in that heavy post-gym way where your body feels worn out, but your mind is oddly calm. The gym I went to was about 40 minutes from my house, and I always took the same route home. It was mostly back roads, quieter than the main highway, with fewer cars and fewer stoplights. I liked it that way. It shaved a little time off the drive, and at that hour, it felt peaceful. One important thing about that route, though, was the lack of cell service. Large stretches of it were basically dead zones. I knew that, but I never really thought much about it. I'd driven those roads dozens of times, maybe more. Nothing had ever happened before, so my brain had filed the route under safe without question. That night was no different at first. The road was empty, my headlights cutting through the darkness, the radio playing quietly in the background. I was just focused on getting home, maybe grabbing something to eat and going to sleep. My mind was drifting between random thoughts. Nothing serious, nothing heavy. About halfway through the drive, I noticed something ahead on the side of the road. As I got closer, I could see it was a white Honda CR-V parked facing the road. That alone wasn't that strange, but it did catch my attention. The road wasn't a common place to stop, especially that late. Still, my first reaction wasn't fear. Ironically, I had been looking to buy a Honda CR-V around that time. I loved hiking, and it seemed like a practical vehicle to own. Reliable, roomy, good for outdoor trips. So when I saw it sitting there, part of my brain immediately went to that place. Maybe it's for sale, I thought. Maybe someone parked it there with a sign earlier, or maybe it broke down and the owner was nearby. Looking back, that was probably the moment where I should have just kept driving. Instead, I slowed down past it, then made a U-turn to go back and take a closer look. It didn't feel like a big decision at the time. There was no sense of danger yet, just mild curiosity. I pulled in closer, my headlights shining directly onto the vehicle. That's when everything changed. Out of nowhere, a man stepped out from behind the CR-V. He hadn't been visible at all until that moment. He was older, maybe middle-aged, or a bit older than that, and for a split second, my brain tried to make the situation harmless. Maybe he's stranded, I thought. Maybe he needs help. Then I saw his face. The expression he had didn't match that explanation at all. There was no confusion, no relief at seeing another person. What I saw was anger, real, raw anger. His face looked tense, almost twisted, and his eyes locked onto me in a way that made my stomach drop instantly. Before I could fully process what was happening, he started sprinting toward my car. Not walking, not waving, sprinting. My body reacted before my thoughts did. My heart slammed into my chest, and my hands tightened on the steering wheel. As he ran, I saw him reach into his pocket like he was trying to pull something out. In my mind, there was no doubt about what it might be. A gun. That was the only thing that made sense. For a terrifying second, it looked like he was struggling to get it out. That struggle might be the only reason I'm able to tell this story now. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I threw the car into reverse and slammed the gas. The tires screeched as I backed up as fast as I could. I barely had time to think. I just reacted. I managed to back into a driveway a little ways down the road, spun the wheel, shifted gears, and took off. I don't remember checking my mirrors. I don't remember thinking about speed limits or turns or anything like that. I just drove. For a brief moment, I hoped that was the end of it, that he'd give up, or that I'd imagined the worst and he'd just stand there watching me disappear down the road. That hope didn't last long. In my rearview mirror, I saw headlights. He had jumped into his CR-V and was coming after me. The realization hit hard. This wasn't a misunderstanding. This wasn't someone asking for help. This was a chase, and I was alone on dark back roads with no cell service. I pushed my car harder. I was driving a Honda Civic Si, which, thankfully, was much faster than his CR-V. I could feel the engine responding as I accelerated, the road blurring slightly as my focus narrowed to nothing, but staying ahead of him. The chase lasted around 20 minutes, but it felt both shorter and longer than that. Shorter because adrenaline warps your sense of time. Longer because every second felt stretched, heavy with the awareness that one mistake could be it. One wrong turn, one missed curve, one hesitation. The roads twisted through stretches of darkness where there were no houses, no lights, nothing but trees and empty land. Every time I glanced in the mirror and saw his headlights still there, my chest tightened again. He didn't flash his lights. He didn't honk. He just followed. Eventually, I got closer to town. Streetlights started to appear, then intersections, then signs of other buildings. That was when I started to feel the slightest bit of hope. I knew where the police station was, and I headed straight for it. As I pulled into the area near the station, I saw his headlights fall back. He slowed down, then turned off onto another street. Just like that, he was gone. I pulled over, shaking so badly I could barely keep my hands steady. I sat there for a few minutes, just breathing, trying to get my heart rate under control. Once I felt like I could actually speak, I went inside and reported what happened. Even after everything was done, after I was home and safe, one image kept replaying in my mind. His face, the look he had when he sprinted toward my car. It didn't look human in the way we usually think of people looking human. His eyes were empty, almost soulless, and his skin looked pale and drawn tight, like something was off in a way I couldn't fully explain. A few days later, I was scrolling through the news when I saw an article that made my stomach drop. There had been an escaped convict in my area. The report said he was considered highly aggressive and likely under the influence of drugs. They included a photo with the article. The moment I saw it, I knew it was him. Same face, same eyes, same expression that had burned itself into my memory that night on the road. I sat there staring at the screen, feeling that cold, sinking feeling all over again. The realization that I had been that close to someone like that, alone in the middle of nowhere, still sends chills through me. I don't take that route anymore. I don't stop on back roads late at night, and I definitely don't turn around to check out parked cars, no matter how harmless they might seem. That night taught me how fast things can turn, how thin the line is between an ordinary drive home and something much worse. Sometimes when I think about it, what scares me the most isn't even the chase itself. It's how easily I could have made a slightly different decision. How curiosity mixed with routine almost put me directly in harm's way, and how, for a brief moment, I was completely at the mercy of someone whose face I'll never forget. When I was 18, I was just starting my first week of college, and everything about that time in my life felt new, unfamiliar, and overwhelming. I didn't have a car back then, so my only option was to take the bus. My schedule had me enrolled in an early morning class, which meant waking up before sunrise and leaving the house while most of the world still felt asleep. The bus ride itself took almost an hour, and I remember how quiet and heavy those mornings felt, like the day hadn't fully decided to begin yet. The sky was still dark, not completely black, but that dull gray blue that comes just before the sun starts to rise. I didn't like walking alone at that hour, but I told myself I didn't have a choice. College was important, and missing class during the very first week felt unthinkable. That morning, I remember stepping outside and feeling the cold immediately. It wasn't freezing, but it was cold enough that I pulled my sweater tighter around me. The street I walked down wasn't usually busy at that hour. Most houses were dark, curtains closed, cars parked quietly along the curb. The only sounds were my footsteps and the distant noise of traffic far away. As I walked, I kept telling myself to stay alert but calm. I didn't want to scare myself for no reason. Still, I had this habit of scanning my surroundings, something I had learned over time just by being a young woman walking alone. A little ways ahead of me, I noticed someone walking toward me on the same side of the street. At first, it didn't seem unusual. People walk early in the morning for all kinds of reasons. But the longer I looked, the more uncomfortable I felt. There was no clear reason at first, just a feeling in my gut that something wasn't right. I remember thinking that I noticed him when he was still pretty far away, maybe 50 feet or so. That alone stood out to me. Normally, I wouldn't think twice about someone at that distance, but something about him made me focus. As he got closer, my unease grew stronger. I remember slowing my pace slightly, my mind racing with small thoughts. Should I cross the street? Should I turn around? Am I just overthinking this? I actually considered crossing to the other side, but then I felt embarrassed for even thinking that way. I told myself I was being dramatic. I didn't want to live my life constantly afraid or suspicious of every stranger, so I stayed where I was and kept walking. One thing that gave me a small sense of comfort was that I carried pepper spray. It wasn't something I thought about often, but that morning it felt important. I had it tucked into my pocket, and because I was wearing a long-sleeve sweater, I could slip my hand inside the sleeve and grip it without anyone noticing. I remember doing that almost automatically, not even fully realizing why at first. My body seemed to act before my mind caught up, as if some part of me already knew I might need it. The man was wearing a jacket, and the collar was pulled up high, almost covering his mouth. He also had on a knit hat pulled low on his head. Because of that, I couldn't see his face clearly, and that made me even more uneasy. As we got closer, I decided to step slightly to the side to give him space, the way people often do when passing each other on a sidewalk. It was a small, polite gesture, something I had done countless times before without a second thought. But the moment we were close enough to pass each other, everything changed. Without any warning, he reached out and grabbed my mouth, pressing his hand over it hard enough that I couldn't scream. At the same time, he tried to pull me toward him, away from the sidewalk. I remember how shocking it felt, how unreal it seemed. For a split second, my mind went blank. People always talk about screaming in situations like this, but the truth is, your body doesn't always respond the way you expect. I wanted to scream. I tried to scream, but my body felt frozen, like it needed a moment to understand what was happening. The pressure of his hand over my mouth was terrifying. I could feel my heart pounding so hard, it felt like it might burst out of my chest. Everything happened so fast, yet it also felt like time had slowed down. I could smell his jacket, feel the rough fabric against my face, and hear my own breathing turning panicked and shallow. In that moment, I honestly thought, this is how it happens. This is how people disappear. Somehow, I managed to react. My hand was already gripping the pepper spray inside my sleeve, and I pulled it out and sprayed it directly at his face. I didn't hesitate. I sprayed him once, but he still held on to me, still trying to keep my mouth covered. My fear turned into pure survival instinct. I sprayed him again, harder this time, aiming as best as I could. That second spray made a difference. He finally let go, recoiling and stumbling back. I sprayed him one last time, just to be sure, and then he turned and ran in the opposite direction. The moment he was gone, I didn't stop to think. I just ran. I ran as fast as I could, my legs shaking, my chest burning, tears pouring down my face. I clutched the pepper spray in my hand the entire time, terrified he might come back. My house was about 4 blocks away, and I ran the entire distance without stopping. As I ran, I passed 3 different people. I don't even remember what they looked like. I don't remember if they noticed me or if I said anything to them. I was crying so hard that I could barely see straight, but all I could think about was getting home, getting somewhere safe. When I finally reached my house, I rushed inside and locked the door behind me. My body was shaking uncontrollably. I slid down against the door and just sobbed. I don't know how long I sat there, trying to catch my breath, trying to calm myself down. Even though I was safe, My body didn't seem to believe it yet. My hands were still tight around the pepper spray, like letting go of it might make everything come crashing back. That day changed me in ways I didn't fully understand at the time. Even now, 10 years later, the memory still affects me. I can still picture that street, that early morning light, the feeling in my gut that I almost ignored. Sometimes it comes back in flashes, especially when I'm walking alone or when it's still dark outside. I find myself gripping my keys tighter, scanning my surroundings more carefully, replaying that moment over and over in my head. What makes it even more terrifying is what happened shortly after. Not long after my attack, there were reports about a girl in a nearby area who went missing. She had been walking to a pharmacy when she disappeared. At first, people hoped she had just run away or that there was some harmless explanation. But a month later, her body was found on the side of the freeway. Hearing that news hit me like a punch to the chest. I couldn't stop thinking about how close I might have been to that same fate. I kept wondering if it was the same person, if things would have ended differently for me, if I hadn't carried pepper spray, if I hadn't trusted that feeling in my gut enough to prepare myself. Those thoughts haunted me for a long time, and in some ways, they still do. Even now, years later, I think about how easily everything could have gone wrong. I think about how a normal morning, a simple walk to catch a bus, turned into one of the most terrifying moments of my life. I think about how many people, especially young women, walk alone every day, trusting that nothing will happen to them, hoping that the world will be kind. That experience taught me something I wish I didn't have to learn so young. It taught me that fear isn't always irrational, and intuition isn't something to ignore. It also taught me how fragile safety can be, how quickly it can be taken away, and how deeply an experience like that can stay with you, even a decade later. Back in the late 1990s when I was in college, my life felt busy but simple in a way that only makes sense when you look back years later. I was juggling classes, papers, late nights, and friendships that felt like they would last forever. Two of my closest friends at the time were sisters who lived on the outskirts of town, far enough away that visiting them felt like a small trip, not just a quick walk down the street. They both worked at Pizza Hut, one as a cook and the older sister as a manager trainee. Their schedules were often late, especially on weekends, but they always found time for friends. Their house was the kind of place where you could show up unannounced, sit at the kitchen table, and talk for hours about nothing and everything at the same time. One Saturday night, the night before Easter, I was alone in my room working on a paper that was due the following Monday. This was before laptops and modern computers were common, so I was typing it out on a word processor, saving my work carefully and making sure I didn't lose anything. I remember feeling restless and tired of staring at the same lines over and over again. My brain felt fried, and no matter how much I reread what I had written, it all started to blur together. I told myself I needed a break, something to clear my head, and the first thought that came to mind was going to see the sisters. The idea felt comforting. I knew at least one of them would probably be home, and even if they were tired from work, they would still be happy to see me. So I decided to go. I shut down my word processor, stood up, and started getting ready. I changed my clothes, fixed my hair, and made myself look presentable enough to go out, even though it was already late. I remember moving slowly, not rushing like I was on autopilot. I put on my shoes, grabbed my coat, and checked the time. The whole process took about 30 minutes, nothing unusual, just the normal routine before heading out. Finally, I stood in my bedroom ready to leave. I reached out and wrapped my hand around the doorknob. That's when something strange happened, something I still can't fully explain even now. In an instant, like snapping your fingers, A wave of exhaustion hit me. It wasn't normal tiredness, not the kind you feel after a long day. It was sudden and overwhelming, like all the energy and motivation had been drained out of me at once. Every ounce of willpower I had to leave the house disappeared. I stood there for a moment confused, my hand still on the doorknob, trying to understand what I was feeling. I remember thinking it was odd, but I didn't panic. I just shrugged it off. I told myself I must be more tired than I realized. Maybe I'd been staring at that paper for too long. Maybe my body was telling me I needed rest. So I let go of the doorknob, took off my shoes, hung my coat back up, and decided to stay home. I went back to my room, crawled into bed, and fell asleep not long after. At the time, it felt like a small, unimportant decision, the kind you make without a second thought. The next morning changed everything. I woke up to a phone call. I could tell from the tone of the voice on the other end that something was wrong. Before I even fully understood the words, I was told that my friends had been in a horrible, violent car crash during the night. The older sister had died on impact. The younger sister was alive, but in extremely critical condition. I remember sitting there in silence after the call ended, staring at the wall, trying to process what I had just heard. It didn't feel real. It felt like someone else's tragedy, not something connected to my life. As more details came out, the reality became even harder to face. The younger sister had been working that night and didn't have a car. Her shift ended around 1 a.m. The older sister, who was off that night, had gone to pick her up, just like she had done many times before. On the way home, they were involved in a devastating crash. The impact was so severe that the older sister died instantly from massive internal injuries and blood loss. She never had a chance. The younger sister survived, but barely. Her injuries were catastrophic. Her pelvis was shattered and she wouldn't walk again for over a year. Doctors later said that one of the reasons she survived at all was because she had fallen asleep in the car on the way home. Her body was more relaxed at the moment of impact, which may have reduced the severity of some of her injuries. Even so, her recovery was long, painful, and life-changing. What haunts me the most is realizing how close I came to being in that car. If I had gone to their house that night, like I planned, I would have been there when the older sister left to pick up the younger one. I would have gone with her. There is no doubt in my mind about that. I would have been sitting in that car when it crashed. Based on what happened, I likely would have died on impact, just like my friend. The thought of that still sends a chill through me, even all these years later. As if the situation wasn't already heartbreaking enough, there were details about the crash that made it even harder to accept. The older sister died gripping the steering wheel so tightly that when emergency responders arrived, they couldn't remove her hands. They had to break all her fingers just to free her from the wheel and get her out of the car. When I first heard that, it made my stomach turn. I couldn't stop picturing her final moments, the fear she must have felt, the instinctive grip she held as everything ended. There was another detail that still feels eerie and unsettling. The older sister had always said she wouldn't live to see 30. It was something she mentioned casually over the years, almost like a joke, but she said it often enough that people noticed. She died just 1 month short of her 30th birthday. Knowing that makes everything feel heavier, like there was some strange sense of inevitability surrounding her life and death. For a very long time after that, my mind was consumed by what-ifs. What if I hadn't felt that sudden exhaustion? What if I had opened the door and left anyway? What if I had ignored that feeling and gone to see them like I originally planned? I replayed that moment over and over in my head, standing in my room with my hand on the doorknob, unaware of how close I was to disaster. It felt surreal to think that such a small, simple moment could have such enormous consequences. I struggled with guilt, too. Guilt for surviving when my friend didn't. guilt for being spared when the younger sister had to endure so much pain and loss. There were moments when I felt like I didn't deserve to be okay. Other times I felt terrified by how random life can be, how quickly everything can change without warning. One moment you're planning a casual visit to friends. The next, your entire world is shattered. That experience stayed with me for a very, very long time. It changed the way I thought about decisions, about intuition, about those strange moments when your body or mind seems to intervene without explanation. I became more aware of how fragile life is, how thin the line can be between ordinary and tragic. Sometimes late at night, I still think about that version of myself in college, standing at that door, completely unaware of how close I was to not having a future at all. Even now, years later, the memory hasn't faded. It doesn't hurt in the same sharp way it once did, but it lingers, like a shadow in the back of my mind. It reminds me that some moments don't make sense until much later, and some never make sense at all. All I know is that one unexplained feeling, one decision that seemed small and meaningless at the time, saved my life. And that knowledge has stayed with me, shaping the way I see the world ever since. Before I was even born, something strange happened in the house where I later grew up, a house that would quietly hold memories long before I was aware of them. My mother once told me this story so many times that it feels like a memory of my own, even though I wasn't there yet. She was young then, playing inside the house with my cousin, who was only 2 or 3 years old at the time. They were doing something simple, tossing an object back and forth, maybe playing fetch or some childish game. Nothing unusual at all. The house was calm, familiar, safe, the kind of place where nothing bad was supposed to happen. At one point, my mum threw the object down the hallway or into another room, and my cousin ran off to get it. A few moments passed, maybe only seconds, but suddenly he came running back toward her, screaming, not crying in a normal toddler way, but screaming in pure fear. My mum immediately knew something was wrong. She dropped everything and grabbed him, trying to calm him down, asking what had scared him so badly. Through his sobs, he managed to say that there was an old man standing at the door. My mum didn't hesitate. Holding my cousin close, she went straight to the front door and opened it, fully expecting to see someone there. But there was no one. The street was empty, quiet, just like it always was. No footsteps, no sound of someone walking away. Nothing that could explain what my cousin had seen. She checked around the doorway, looked outside again, and found nothing. Eventually, she convinced herself that maybe he had imagined it, or maybe shadows had scared him. Still, the fear he showed stayed with her. Later that day, my mum told my dad what had happened. She expected him to laugh it off or explain it away, but instead, his reaction made her even more uncomfortable. He went quiet for a moment, then admitted that he thought he had seen an old man as well, just the other day. The room must have felt heavy after that, the kind of silence that follows words you wish you hadn't heard. Seeing my mum panic, my dad quickly tried to smooth things over. He added, almost too casually, that he meant he saw an old man in the mirror, brushing it off like a joke, like he had simply caught his own reflection at the wrong angle. But even years later, my mum said she never fully believed that explanation. Time passed, and life moved on. I was born, grew up in that same house, completely unaware of any of this for a long time. The house never felt obviously haunted or frightening. It was just home. But looking back, there were moments, small ones, that felt a little off, though nothing dramatic enough to truly scare me as a child. Years later, when I was around 13 and my sister was about 10, we went on a bike ride through the woods next to our house. Those woods were a big part of our childhood. We rode through them often, knew the paths well, knew which areas were close to roads and which ones were deep enough. that you felt completely cut off from everything else. On this particular day, we rode deeper than usual, following a familiar path that led into a quieter, more isolated part of the woods. At one point along the path, there was a bench. It stood out because of where it was placed. It wasn't near a road, not near a scenic overlook, and not in a place where people usually stopped. It felt oddly out of place. Sitting on that bench was an old man. He was quietly drawing, focused on whatever was on the paper in front of him. He didn't look threatening. If anything, he looked calm, peaceful, like he had been there for a long time. As we passed that spot, my sister suddenly fell off her bike. It wasn't a small fall. She hit the ground hard and immediately started crying, panicking more than the situation seemed to call for. She got up and ran, not even grabbing her bike, not even stopping to put her shoes back on properly. She just ran straight home, sobbing, leaving everything behind. That moment stuck with me, partly because it was so sudden and partly because it happened right there, right next to that bench. Because my sister ran off, I stayed behind for a moment to collect her bike and shoes. That's when I really noticed the old man. He was still sitting there, drawing, completely calm, not reacting at all to the chaos that had just happened. I remember thinking it was strange, but not in a frightening way. It almost felt like he belonged there, like he was part of the scenery. Later that day, after we were both home and my sister had calmed down, we talked about the bike ride with our parents. I mentioned the old man casually, saying something like how it must have been a nice view for him, sitting on that bench and drawing in the woods. My sister responded in a strange way. She said she didn't care about the bench or the view, but she also said something that made it clear she knew the old man had been there. She didn't seem surprised by him. It was like she had noticed him too, but didn't want to talk about it. That's when my dad looked confused. He asked what old man we were talking about. I assumed he was joking or pretending not to know. Maybe trying to keep things light, because my sister had been upset. I brushed it off at the time. But years later, the memory came back to me, sharper and more unsettling than before. I asked my dad about it again, expecting him to admit it was a joke. He didn't. He told me very clearly that he hadn't been joking. He said he never saw an old man on that bench. He remembered the bike ride, remembered my sister falling, but he swore there was no one sitting there. The way he said it, calm but certain, made my stomach drop. There was no smile, no hint of teasing. He truly believed what he was saying. A few years ago, long after we had grown up, I was walking my dog through those same woods. I decided to take a longer route than usual and follow the path that led to that spot, where I remembered the bench and the old man. As I walked, I tried to picture it clearly in my mind. When I reached the exact place where my sister had fallen all those years ago, something felt wrong. There was no bench. Not only was there no bench now, but there was no way there could have been one back then either. Tall, old trees stood exactly where the bench should have been. Their roots were thick and deep, clearly untouched for decades. There was no clearing, no sign that anything had ever been placed there. I walked up and down the path several times, checking nearby areas, convincing myself that maybe my memory was off. Maybe the bench had been a little further down, but it wasn't. I knew that spot. I was absolutely sure of it. That was where my sister fell. That was where I saw the old man sitting and drawing. And yet, there was no physical explanation for how a bench could have existed there, even 10 years earlier. I stood there for a long time, my dog pulling slightly at the leash, unaware of the thoughts racing through my head. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I misremembered. Maybe the bench had been temporary. Maybe it had been removed. But none of those explanations made sense when faced with those trees, solid and unmoving like they had always been there. Since then, the memory has never fully left me. It doesn't terrify me, not in a dramatic way, but it unsettles me deeply. It connects too many moments that shouldn't connect. My cousin seeing an old man before I was born. My parents both sensing something strange in the house. Me and my sister seeing an old man in the woods who apparently wasn't there. And finally, returning years later to find that the place itself couldn't support what I remembered seeing. I don't know what it means. I don't claim to have an answer. All I know is that it still creeps me out quietly in the back of my mind. Sometimes when I walk through the woods or think about that house, I wonder how many things we see that don't leave physical traces. How many moments exist only in memory, shared by some but invisible to others. And every time I think about that old man, sitting calmly and drawing in a place where no bench ever existed, I feel that same uneasy feeling I felt as a child, standing in the woods, knowing something wasn't quite right. My aunt bought my mother and father a peace lily as a wedding gift. She knew my father loved plants and landscaping, and she thought it would be something meaningful they could keep for years. Peace lilies are supposed to bloom regularly, usually once a year if they're cared for properly. My parents placed it in the house, watered it, gave it light, and did everything right. But after the wedding, it never bloomed. Years passed, and it stayed green but empty, like it was waiting for something. On my dad's side, my family used to be very close. We weren't just relatives who saw each other on holidays. We were involved in each other's lives. We visited often, talked regularly, and everyone came back home for family reunions. My grandparents had a large house, around 3,000 square feet, and when reunions happened, it was packed. There would easily be 30 or more family members inside at once. Kids running around, adults talking in groups, food everywhere. It felt warm and alive. My grandfather wasn't a particularly kind man, especially to my grandmother. He could be cold and distant and sometimes downright mean. Still, somehow, they made it work. My grandmother held the family together. She was the sweetest person you could imagine. Kind, patient, loving, always thinking of others before herself. She was the center of everything, the person everyone gravitated toward. When I was about 7 years old, my grandmother passed away. Her death didn't just take a person from our family. It took the glue that held everyone together. After she was gone, the family slowly fell apart. Some relatives drifted away. Some ended up struggling with drugs. Others moved far away and stopped talking to anyone outside their small circle. The big reunions stopped happening. Conversations became rare. It felt like something essential had broken. In her will, my grandmother left the house to the family. My grandfather was getting older and couldn't keep up with such a big place anymore, so he sold it to my father for $2. It wasn't about money, it was about keeping the house in the family. My grandfather moved in with my aunt, but he would still come by the house from time to time. One thing my dad noticed was that my grandfather never went into the living room. He would step inside the house, walk around, but always avoided that space. Eventually, my dad asked him why. My grandfather's answer was simple and unsettling. He said he didn't feel right in there. He said my grandmother watched him when he was in that room. He even used her name. Considering how he treated her when she was alive, it made sense that the idea of her watching him would make him uncomfortable. At the time, we brushed it off. We told ourselves he was just getting old, maybe a little confused. We didn't notice anything strange ourselves, so we didn't think much about it. There was another strange detail we didn't connect until later. The peace lily, that hadn't bloomed since my parents' wedding, suddenly bloomed the exact day my grandmother died. It was unexpected and full, like it had been waiting years for that moment. Then, just as suddenly, it went back to not blooming again. As the years passed, my grandfather's health declined. He had multiple heart attacks, one after another. After the third or fourth one in a short span of time, it almost felt routine. Around this same period, my parents divorced. My father moved into my grandparents' old house and started remodeling it. That's when things began to happen, things we couldn't easily explain. The first thing my dad noticed was footsteps. He would be in his bedroom late at night and hear footsteps outside on the wraparound porch. The strange part was that he believed he was the only one home at the time. This happened 2 or 3 times. After the first time, he started keeping my brother's rifle in his closet, just in case. Another thing happened in the laundry room. We had a cart with coat hangers hanging from it. One day, while my dad was home alone, he saw the hangers swinging violently, like someone had just shoved them. There was no breeze, no open windows, no explanation. We also had 2 Dalmatians. They were calm dogs, not aggressive, and usually spent evenings sitting quietly at our feet while we watched TV. Every once in a while, though, they would suddenly jump up, run behind the love seat, and start growling. Their hair would stand up along their backs as they stared toward the top of the stairs. The love seat faced the exit of the living room, which also happened to be the base of the staircase leading to the second floor. Whatever they were reacting to, we couldn't see it. At one point, we finished the basement and turned it into a workout area. Around that time, my dad had a friend staying with us who was also going through a divorce. His daughters came to visit, and one day, both sets of parents went out to get groceries. Since I was the oldest kid in the house, I was left in charge. I was downstairs working out with my headphones on when I suddenly heard running above me. I pulled my headphones off and clearly heard small footsteps running across the floor above, which would have been my dad's bedroom on the first floor. I went upstairs, planning to tell the youngest daughter she shouldn't be running in the house. But when I got there, the room was empty. I checked the second floor and found my brother and both girls sitting in the den, playing cards. I asked the youngest if she had been running downstairs. She said no. She said they had been playing cards for the past 45 minutes. My brother and her sister backed her up. They hadn't left the room. There was no explanation for what I heard. Things stayed quiet for a while after that. Then my brother and I went to visit our mom for the weekend. When we came back, my dad asked us if we had stopped by the house while we were gone. We hadn't. He told us that before leaving for work, he had vacuumed the upstairs office and pushed the desk chair neatly under the desk. When he came home later, the chair was pulled out and facing the door that led to the upper porch. The blinds on that door were wide open. This bothered him because my dad had a habit of always closing blinds before leaving a room. He also pointed out that there were no footprints in the freshly vacuumed carpet. That shouldn't have been possible. This happened more than once. My dad also told us a story about my grandmother from her final days in the hospital. The nurse would try to close the blinds in her room, but my grandmother always protested. She liked having the sun on her face. One evening while we were gone, my dad was cooking dinner with both dogs sitting next to him. Suddenly, there was a loud thump upstairs. He described it as sounding like someone dropped a large pack of water bottles from chest height onto the floor. The noise terrified the dogs. My dad went upstairs to check, expecting to find something knocked over. Nothing was out of place. Thinking someone might have broken in, he grabbed the rifle and searched the house. He checked every room, every closet, under all 3 beds upstairs, and even the attic. He found no one. The most frightening experience, though, happened when I had a friend over for the night. I had been telling him about the strange things happening in the house. Earlier in the evening, I jokingly hid from him and whispered his name in a creepy voice to mess with him. We laughed about it and moved on. Later that night, we were watching Spaceballs in the basement. When the movie ended, my friend went upstairs to get some water. When he came back down, he stopped and looked at me, confused. He asked how I got downstairs so fast. I told him I never went upstairs. He laughed and said I did the creepy voice thing again. Then he saw my face. He panicked and jumped onto the couch farthest from the stairs. After calming down, he told me what happened. He said he thought he saw me upstairs. He said he talked to it. He even asked where the water was and got the correct answer. I was about 17 at the time and thought I was fearless, but every hair on my body stood up. My eyes watered. I kept glancing at my friend, wondering if he was messing with me, but he never took his eyes off the stairs. Neither of us slept that night. Not long after that, my grandfather's health took another turn. We expected him to recover like before. One morning at breakfast, my dad said we should probably go visit him in the hospital. When we asked if things were worse, he pointed to the peace lily in the kitchen. It was starting to bloom again. That night, the flower fully bloomed. That same night, my grandfather's lungs filled with fluid, and he passed away. The peace lily died within days. Eventually, we sold the house and moved into a new one. The strange things stopped. The dogs no longer barked at nothing. No footsteps, no loud thumps, no moving furniture. Later, my dad told me the new owners had seen things. One daughter thought she saw a woman in a bedroom. Another saw a woman behind her door. Their description matched my grandmother almost perfectly. I haven't experienced anything since. I live far away now. I don't feel watched. I don't feel afraid. Everything seemed to start with the remodeling and end when we left. I don't try to think too deeply about it anymore. If you're still here, it means these stories didn't just pass through you. They stayed. Every story you heard tonight was real. Real people, real moments. If these stories feel familiar, there's a reason. Most people have experienced something they don't talk about. If you're still listening, leave a like and subscribe. It helps keep stories like these alive. And if something has ever followed you home, send it in. Let's continue. This happened about 10 years ago, but it is still one of the clearest and most unsettling memories of my life. Time hasn't softened it at all. If anything, the older I get, the stranger it feels, because no explanation I've heard since has ever fully fit what we saw that night. At the time, I was dating someone who is now my ex-boyfriend. Back then, one of the things we did most often was go on late-night drives. It was kind of our routine. We lived in a quiet area, and driving around at night felt peaceful, like the world slowed down after everyone else went to sleep. We'd talk, listen to music, or sometimes just sit in comfortable silence. That night was no different at first. It was late, somewhere between 10 at night and midnight. I don't remember the exact time, just that it was late enough that the roads were empty and the sky was completely dark. There were no streetlights for long stretches, just our headlights cutting through the blackness. This took place in northeastern Colorado, out on the plains. If you've ever been out there at night, you know how isolated it feels. Flat land stretching endlessly in every direction. No trees to block the view, no buildings, just darkness and open space. During the day it can feel calm, but at night it feels exposed, like you're very small and very alone. We were driving along the highway when we decided to turn off and pass through one of the tiny towns along the way. Calling it a town almost feels generous. Maybe 100 people lived there, if that. A handful of buildings, a few houses, maybe a grain silo, and then nothing again. These places are the kind you blink and miss during the day. At night, they feel even more empty. We drove through the town slowly, then came up to the spot where you turn left to get back onto the highway. We stopped at the stop sign, waiting to turn. That's when we saw it, right in the middle of the highway, and I mean the exact middle, sitting directly on the double yellow lines that divide the lanes, was something I can only describe as looking like a mangy wolf or a very large dog. It wasn't standing, it wasn't lying down. It was sitting upright, perfectly still, as if it had deliberately placed itself there. At first, my brain tried to make sense of it in normal ways. My immediate thought was that it must be a dog that wandered out there, maybe sick or injured. But even that didn't feel quite right. Animals don't usually sit in the dead center of a highway, especially not at night. They cross quickly or they stand at the edge. They don't choose the most dangerous spot and just stay there. The thing didn't move at all. Not when we slowed down. Not when we stopped at the stop sign. Not when our headlights fully hit it. It just sat there, staring straight at us. There was no flinching, no shifting its weight, no turning its head. It didn't seem startled or confused or afraid. It was just watching as we sat there, as we sat, waiting to turn. The uneasiness started to creep in. I could feel it in my chest. That heavy, cold feeling that something is wrong, even if you can't explain why. My ex noticed it too. I could tell by the way he went quiet and the way his hands tightened on the steering wheel. When we finally turned left, our headlights swept directly over the animal. That's when I noticed something that still chills me when I think about it. There was no eye shine at all. None. If you've ever driven at night in rural areas, you know that animals' eyes usually reflect light. Deer, coyotes, raccoons, dogs, cats. You see their eyes glowing back at you in the headlights. This thing's eyes didn't reflect anything. They looked black. Not dark brown, not shadowed, but black. Flat. Empty. The lack of eye shine alone was unsettling, but combined with everything else, it made my stomach drop. It felt wrong in a way I can't fully put into words. The longer we looked at it, the more uncomfortable I became. It wasn't blinking. It wasn't reacting to the light. It wasn't reacting to us at all, and it never moved. As we passed it, I kept expecting it to turn its head or stand up or run off into the darkness, but it didn't. It stayed exactly where it was, sitting on those yellow lines, staring straight ahead as if we weren't even there. Once we were back on the highway, neither of us spoke for a moment. The silence in the car felt thick. I finally said something like, "Did you see that?" And my ex immediately said yes. The way he answered told me everything I needed to know. He felt it too. That deep unease, that sense that whatever we had just seen wasn't normal. I remember saying that maybe it was sick or injured or maybe just acting strangely. I was trying to ground myself, trying to force a logical explanation. I've always considered myself a skeptical person. I don't jump to supernatural explanations easily. I like things to make sense. But even as I said those words, they felt hollow. The fur on the animal had looked wrong. It wasn't smooth or healthy. It looked matted, patchy, uneven, like chunks were missing or clumped together. The color was very dark, somewhere between dark brown, gray, and black. In the headlights, it almost looked like it absorbed the light instead of reflecting it. What bothered me most was the way it held itself. Animals usually carry tension or alertness in a way that's easy to recognize. This thing didn't look alert. It looked deliberate, like it was exactly where it wanted to be. After we passed it, my ex didn't take me straight home. That alone told me how deeply it had affected him. Instead, he kept driving. He went into town, drove around for a while, took random turns, doubled back, and kept checking the mirrors. When I asked why he wasn't taking me home, he admitted he didn't want it to follow us. That thought hadn't even crossed my mind until he said it, and once he did, the fear settled in deeper. The idea that something like that could leave its spot in the road and trail us was terrifying. We drove around longer than usual, far longer than necessary, both of us scanning the road, the fields, the darkness on either side. Eventually, when enough time had passed and nothing else strange had happened, he finally backtracked and took me home. Even then, I remember rushing inside and locking the door behind me, my heart still racing. I didn't sleep well that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw it sitting there in the road, unmoving, staring. In the days and years since, I've thought about it endlessly. I've read about eye shine, about animals that don't always reflect light the same way. I've tried to tell myself it was just a mangy dog, or a sick wolf, or some kind of wildlife behaving oddly. But no explanation has ever fully satisfied me. Most animals, even sick or injured ones, still react to cars. They move away from noise and light. They flinch. They hesitate. They don't sit perfectly still in the most dangerous spot possible, unafraid, unresponsive, and watching. What also stays with me is the feeling it gave me. Fear is one thing, but this was different. It was a deep, instinctual unease, like my body knew something my mind couldn't explain. It wasn't panic. It was more like a warning. I've replayed that moment countless times, the empty highway, the tiny town, the stop sign, the headlights washing over that thing and revealing eyes that didn't shine back, the way it didn't move at all, as if it existed outside the normal rules of animals and behavior. As cliché as it sounds, that experience forced me to question what I thought I knew about the world. I'm still skeptical by nature. I don't claim to know what it was. I don't say it was anything specific or label it with some myth or legend, but I do know that it didn't feel natural. There are things out there that most people never see. Places most people never go, especially late at night in the middle of nowhere. Maybe that thing was rare, maybe it was sick, maybe it was something science could explain if we had all the information, or maybe it was something else entirely. All I know is that I saw it. My ex saw it. We both felt the same unease. And 10 years later, the memory is still as vivid as if it happened yesterday. Some moments don't fade. They sit with you, quietly reshaping how you see the world. And that night, on a dark highway in rural Colorado, something sat in the middle of the road and watched us pass. And I don't think I'll ever forget it for as long as I live. For the past few years, I've been living along the north coast of the Scottish Highlands, in what is essentially the northernmost town on the British mainland. It's a quiet place shaped by the sea and the weather, where life feels slower and more exposed to nature than anywhere I've lived before. The landscape up here has a way of making you feel small, especially when the wind comes in hard from the ocean and the sky stretches endlessly above you. One of the most consistent parts of my routine is walking my dog, Maisie. Every day, no matter the season, we head down to the town's beach. The beach curves gently around the bay, stretching from one end to the other, and it's long enough that you can walk for quite a while without seeing many other people. It's peaceful in a way that feels rare elsewhere. The sound of the waves, the cries of seabirds, and the crunch of sand beneath your boots create a rhythm that becomes familiar very quickly. One thing I've always loved about this beach is the view. On a clear day, if the air is crisp and the sky is open, you can see the islands of Orkney sitting on the horizon. They look distant and almost unreal, like something painted into the background rather than actual land. Knowing that those islands are famous for their ancient Neolithic monuments gives them an extra layer of mystery, like you're looking at a place that has held secrets for thousands of years. On other days, when the weather turns, the view changes completely. Thick cloud or fog rolls in, and the islands vanish entirely. In those moments, the sea seems to stretch on forever, creating a false horizon that makes it feel as if the world simply ends out there. On one particular day, I was walking Maisie along this beach, as I always do. The weather was fairly typical for the area, not completely clear, but not fully fogged in either. The sea was calm enough, and the air had that sharp, salty smell that always seems stronger up here. I let Maisie off her lead, trusting her to roam without wandering too far. She's well behaved and usually more interested in sniffing than running. She moved ahead of me, weaving through piles of seaweed that had been dragged up by the tide and left behind to dry in tangled stacks. As I followed at a relaxed pace, I noticed Maisie suddenly stop. Her body language changed in a way that immediately caught my attention. She froze, head down, tail stiff, completely focused on something in front of her. Then she started pawing at it, nosing around with intense curiosity. I called her name, half expecting her to trot back, but she didn't move. That's when I walked closer to see what had caught her attention. Lying on top of one of the larger piles of seaweed was an animal skeleton. At first glance, it startled me. The bones were exposed and bleached white. The skull tilted slightly upward so that the teeth seemed to grin in a way that felt deeply unsettling. The teeth themselves were thick and flat, molar-like, and immediately suggested a grazing animal. I wasn't entirely sure what it was, but my best guess was that it belonged to either a sheep or a goat. That wouldn't have been unusual in this area. There are farms scattered throughout the highlands, and across the water in Orkney as well. It seemed reasonable to assume that an animal might have fallen from a cliff or been swept into the sea, drowned, and eventually washed up here after drifting for some time. Even so, the sight of it made me stop in my tracks. There's something about seeing bones out in the open that hits differently than seeing them in a field or buried in the ground. This wasn't nature quietly reclaiming something over time. This was sudden, exposed, and placed directly in my path. As I looked closer, something about the skeleton didn't make sense. The upper part of the animal's body was completely skeletal. The skull, ribcage, and spine were picked clean, stripped of any flesh, polished almost white by time and water. But the lower half was entirely different. The hind legs were still intact. The hooves were there, solid and dark, and the fur covering the legs was still present. It was wet, dark gray, and clung closely to the shape of the legs beneath. As far as I could tell, the meat underneath hadn't decomposed at all. It looked fresh, or at least far fresher than the skeletal remains above it. That contrast confused me more than anything else. I stood there trying to understand how that could be possible. Why would the upper body be completely stripped while the lower body hadn't been touched? If scavengers had gotten to it, why stop halfway? And if the animal had only recently died, how could the bones be so clean and white? The two halves looked like they belonged to entirely different stages of decay, as if they shouldn't exist together in the same body. The longer I looked at it, the more uncomfortable I became. The position of the carcass made things worse. It wasn't lying on its side, the way you might expect an animal to end up after being washed ashore. It was on its back. The spine lay flat against the seaweed, with what looked like one limb extended on each side. The arrangement almost made it resemble something human in posture, and that realization sent a cold shiver through me. I knew logically that it was just the way the tide and the seaweed had settled it, but my instincts didn't care about logic in that moment. The image it created in my mind was immediate and disturbing. It reminded me of depictions of Baphomet, that unsettling image of a goat's head paired with a human-like body. I'm not someone who actively looks for symbolism like that, but the resemblance struck me all the same. The dark, fur-covered legs contrasted sharply with the exposed skeletal upper body, and the way it was positioned made the association almost unavoidable. It felt wrong, like I was looking at something that shouldn't exist, even though I knew perfectly well it did. Maisie, sensing my unease, backed away from the carcass and stood close to me. That alone made the situation feel heavier. She's usually fearless and endlessly curious, but something about this seemed to make her uncomfortable too. We stood there together, the sound of the waves behind us, the wind brushing past, and that thing lying silently in front of us. I told myself over and over that there had to be a natural explanation. Maybe the upper body had been exposed longer, allowing scavengers and the sea to strip it clean, while the lower half had been protected somehow. Maybe it had been tangled in something, or the way it washed ashore created this strange division. Rational explanations existed, even if I couldn't immediately pinpoint the exact one. But despite all that, I couldn't shake the feeling that settled over me. There was a heaviness in my chest, a deep sense of unease that felt disproportionate to what I was seeing. It wasn't just disgust or surprise. It felt like a warning, like stumbling across something symbolic rather than random. I remember thinking, very clearly, that it felt like a bad omen. The thought came uninvited and lodged itself firmly in my mind. Eventually, I pulled Maisie back onto her lead and led her away from the skeleton. I didn't want her anywhere near it, and I didn't want to linger myself. As we walked on, I kept glancing back over my shoulder, half expecting the image to change somehow, even though I knew it wouldn't. The rest of the walk felt different. The beach, which usually brought me peace, felt colder and more distant. The sea no longer felt calming. Everything seemed slightly off, like the balance of the day had shifted. In the days that followed, I tried to push the memory aside. I told myself I was being ridiculous, letting superstition get the better of me. I've always been someone who leans a little toward the superstitious, but I usually manage to keep it in check. Still, the image stayed with me. It surfaced in my thoughts at unexpected moments, bringing with it that same uneasy feeling. Not long after finding that skeleton on the beach, my personal life took a sudden and tragic turn. I won't go into detail, but things unraveled quickly and painfully. Loss, stress, and emotional upheaval came crashing in one after another, leaving me reeling. At some point, the memory of the carcass resurfaced, and the connection my mind made was immediate and unsettling. The idea that it might have been some kind of omen crept back in, stronger than before. I know rationally that life is full of coincidences. Tragedy doesn't need a supernatural warning to arrive. And yet, standing there on that beach, looking at something so unnatural in its appearance, it had felt like more than coincidence. It felt like a sign, even if only in my own mind. With time, I've tried to tell myself that's all it was. Superstition. A strange but explainable natural occurrence, combined with my own tendency to look for meaning in moments of discomfort. Living in a place like the Highlands, surrounded by ancient land and unpredictable seas, it's easy to let your imagination wander. The landscape itself encourages stories, symbols, and interpretations that go beyond the obvious. Even so, I don't think I'll ever forget that sight. The white skull grinning up at me, the dark, fur-covered legs still intact, the way it lay there on the seaweed, as if placed deliberately. It's burned into my memory in a way most everyday experiences never are. Whether it was nothing more than an unfortunate animal carried by the tide, or something my mind turned into a symbol because of what followed, I can't say for certain. All I know is that on that day, walking my dog along a familiar beach, I came across something that shook me more deeply than I expected. And even now, when I walk that same stretch of sand and look out toward the distant horizon where Orkney sometimes appears and sometimes vanishes, I can't help but think about how thin the line is between the ordinary and the unsettling, and how easily a single moment can linger with you long after it has passed. So first, I need to explain how all of this even started, because without that context, the rest probably wouldn't make sense. I've always had this habit of watching horror-related content late at night. I'm talking about exorcism cases, paranormal documentaries, disturbing tapes, real-life horror stories, all of that. It's something I've done for years, and usually it doesn't affect me much. I get scared in the moment like anyone else would, but once the video ends, that's usually it. I sleep, wake up, and move on. That night felt different from the beginning, even though I didn't realize it at the time. It was around midnight. I was eating dinner alone and watching a full documentary about Annalise Michel. I already knew about her case on a surface level, but this documentary went deep. It wasn't just a quick summary. It showed everything: her seizures, her behavior, her voice, her family, the priests, the recordings. It was heavy. If you know her story, you know how disturbing it is. She was a young German woman who began having seizures and hearing voices. Her family believed she was possessed, and 2 priests performed dozens of exorcisms on her. 67 sessions. There are real audio recordings from those sessions, and they are hard to listen to. Deep voices, growling, screaming, things that don't sound human. She eventually died at only 23 years old from extreme weakness and starvation. To this day, people argue about what really happened. Some say it was untreated mental illness. Others say it was something supernatural. I didn't just watch the documentary. I also listened to the original tape recordings. That was probably my biggest mistake. Those recordings are not like horror movie sounds. They feel wrong. They stick in your head in a way that's hard to describe. Even after the video ended, those sounds kept replaying in my mind. The voices, the growls, the way she screamed. I finished watching everything around. 2:30 in the morning. I told myself I was tired, that I'd just sleep it off. I turned everything off and went to bed. At around 3:30 in the morning, I suddenly woke up. Not slowly, not naturally. I woke up instantly, like something snapped me out of sleep. The room was dark and quiet, but I immediately felt alert. Then I heard a sound coming from my kitchen. It wasn't a whisper. It wasn't something small. It sounded like something fell off a shelf. A proper noise, the kind that makes your heart jump. My first thought was that maybe a cat had somehow gotten inside, or something had slipped and fallen on its own. I tried to stay calm, but curiosity mixed with fear pushed me out of bed. I walked toward the kitchen, my heart already beating faster than normal. As soon as I stepped inside, I felt something I can't fully explain. It was like pressure, like someone had placed their hand on my shoulder. Not a gentle touch, not aggressive either, just pressure, enough that my entire body froze in that exact spot. I turned around immediately. There was no one there. That moment broke something in me. Fear hit me all at once. Real fear, the kind that makes your chest feel tight and your stomach drop. I didn't check anything else. I didn't look around. I just ran back to my room as fast as I could and shut the door behind me. I got into bed, pulled the blanket up, and kept telling myself the same thing over and over. This is just my mind. You watch disturbing stuff. You're tired. Nothing is real. About 30 minutes later, I woke up again. This time, there was no sound, no noise to explain it. I just opened my eyes, and the moment I did, I swear I saw 2 faces right in front of mine, not across the room, not at a distance. They were close. So close it felt like they were pushing me upward. They weren't normal faces. They were dark, distorted, wrong. I don't even know how to describe them properly. It felt like they appeared for a split second, and that was enough to completely shut my body down. I couldn't move. My entire body froze. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought I might pass out. And in that exact moment, my mind replayed that exorcism voice I had listened to earlier. It felt like the sound itself was waking me up again, like it had followed me into my sleep. I don't know how long that moment lasted. It could have been 1 second or 10. It felt endless. When I finally snapped out of it, I grabbed my phone immediately and turned the flashlight on. I needed light. Any light. Darkness felt unbearable. I started watching random videos, scrolling through anything that wasn't horror. I put on my favorite songs and listened to them for 10 minutes straight, trying to calm my breathing, trying to slow my heart down. I even turned the room light on, forcing myself to believe that nothing could happen if I could see everything clearly. Eventually, I felt calm enough to try sleeping again. That's when I started vomiting. He had been sleeping peacefully earlier. No signs of discomfort, no issues at all. Suddenly, he was gagging and throwing up. I had to get out of bed again, clean everything, make sure he was okay. While I was doing that, my nerves were already shot. Every sound felt louder than it should have been. Every shadow felt heavier. After I cleaned up, my dog stood up and started barking. Not at me, not at the door, at nothing. Just barking into the empty space, on and off. Low at first, then louder. That scared me more than anything else that night. My dog never does that, especially not at night. Animals sense things differently. That thought kept repeating in my head, making everything worse. I tried to calm him down, telling myself again that this was all coincidence, stress, fear, overthinking. But even as I thought that, something else happened. I heard another sound from the kitchen. This time it wasn't as loud as before, more like a whisper or something moving, slightly, not clear enough to identify, but clear enough to be noticed, clear enough to make my blood run cold. At that point, I didn't want to investigate anymore. I stayed in my room with the lights on, my dog close to me, my phone in my hand. Eventually, somehow, I did fall asleep. When morning came, everything looked normal. The house was the same. The kitchen was silent. Nothing was out of place. No shelf was broken. No objects were on the floor. My dog was fine again, acting completely normal like nothing had happened. That almost made it worse, because how could everything happen at once like that? I kept replaying the night in my head. First, the loud sound in the kitchen, then the pressure on my shoulder, then waking up to see those faces right in front of me, then my dog vomiting and barking, then the sound again. All of it happened after listening to those exorcism recordings. That connection wouldn't leave my mind. I'm not someone who blindly believes everything paranormal. I try to stay logical. I know the brain can do terrifying things when it's overstimulated. Sleep paralysis exists. Anxiety exists. Fear feeds on itself. I kept telling myself that over and over. This is just my mind. This is just my mind. Nothing is real. But still, a part of me wondered, how did my dog fit into that explanation? How did the physical feeling of pressure on my shoulder fit? How did multiple things happen back to back, escalating instead of stopping? That night didn't feel like a single hallucination or a single bad dream. It felt like a chain of events, each one building on the last. Sometimes I think maybe my mind was already on edge from the documentary. Maybe I scared myself so deeply that my brain filled in the rest. Maybe my senses were heightened, and every normal sound felt threatening. That explanation makes sense. It's the safest explanation. But then I remember how real it felt, how physical it felt, how terrified I was, how my dog reacted, and I can't completely shake the thought that maybe I crossed a line that night. Maybe listening to those recordings wasn't just entertainment. Maybe I brought something into my head that shouldn't have been there. I don't know if you can invite something just by listening. I don't know if it was all coincidence. I don't know if it was psychological or something else entirely. All I know is that night felt different from anything I've experienced before or since. It felt like hell, and even now, years later, I'm careful about what I watch late at night. Some things stay with you longer than you expect. Some sounds don't leave your head easily, and some nights remind you just how thin the line is between imagination, fear, and something you really don't want to understand. It happened about 15 years ago, but even now, when I think back on that night, the memory still feels sharp and uneasy, like it never fully settled into the past. It wasn't just something strange that happened once and faded away. It was one of those moments that sticks with you because of how real it felt, how deeply it shook everyone involved. It was late at night when my brother and his wife pulled into my driveway. I was inside the house when I first noticed them, looking out through the window toward the front. Their car was still running, parked crookedly in the driveway, and something about the scene immediately felt wrong. My sister-in-law was in the passenger seat, shaking uncontrollably. Even from inside the house, I could see her body trembling. Then I heard her crying. Not quiet crying, not sniffling or wiping tears. She was wailing, the kind of raw, broken crying that sounds more like a child than an adult. At first, my mind jumped to the worst possible conclusion. My brother and his wife had been married since high school, and they fought a lot. Loud fights, emotional fights, the kind that make you worry even if you try not to. For a brief moment, I honestly thought he had finally hit her during one of their arguments. That thought made my stomach drop. I kept watching from the window, trying to understand what I was seeing. My brother suddenly got out of the car. He wasn't calm. He wasn't angry either. He looked panicked. He slammed the door shut and ran toward the house, moving fast enough that I knew something was seriously wrong. He banged on the door and yelled for me to come outside. The moment I opened the door and stepped out, the sound of her crying grew louder. It wasn't stopping. If anything, it sounded worse the closer I got to the car. When I reached the driveway, my brother told me to stay behind the car. That alone confused me. Why would I need to stay behind the car? His voice was tense, sharp, like he was barely holding it together. He went back to the passenger side and told his wife to get out of the car and come inside the house. She didn't respond. She didn't even look at him. She was curled inward, sitting stiffly in the passenger seat, her arms pulled up over her face as if she was trying to block something out. Her whole body was shaking violently. She kept crying and sobbing, her words completely incoherent. I had known her for years by that point, and I had never, ever seen her like that. Not even close. This wasn't normal fear. This wasn't panic from an argument or stress. This was terror. For several minutes, maybe 3, maybe 5, it's hard to say exactly, we both tried to get her to come inside. We kept telling her she was safe, that whatever happened was over, that she needed to get out of the car. She refused to move. She wouldn't uncover her eyes. She wouldn't look around. She just kept crying and shaking, repeating broken phrases that didn't make sense. Eventually, my brother lost his patience, not out of anger, but out of desperation. He reached into the car, unbuckled her seatbelt, and physically pulled her out of the passenger seat. She didn't resist, but she didn't help either. He picked her up and carried her into the house, while she continued to cry and tremble in his arms. It was disturbing to watch. She looked like someone who had just seen something that shattered her sense of reality. Once we were inside, he set her down on the couch. She was still shaking so badly that she couldn't speak properly. Her breathing was uneven, her eyes wide when she finally lowered her arms, though she still refused to look toward the door or the windows. I stayed close, trying to calm her, while my brother took a moment to steady himself. Then he told me what had happened. Earlier that night, they had been on their way to an event. They were already running a little late, but realized they had forgotten something important back at their apartment. They decided to turn around and grab it quickly. When they got back to their place, they parked in the back of the apartment building, in the small lot near the rear entrance. My brother went inside to grab what they forgot, while his wife stayed in the car waiting for him. At first, nothing seemed unusual. She was just sitting there, alone in the passenger seat. The car parked, engine off. The area was familiar to her. They lived there. She wasn't expecting anything strange. Then she noticed movement. She saw a man near the back gate of the apartment complex. At first, she assumed he was one of their neighbors. People pass through that area sometimes, and it wasn't completely unheard of to see someone back there. but something about the way he was moving immediately felt wrong to her. She couldn't see his feet because the car blocked her view of the lower half of his body. But the way his upper body moved didn't look like normal walking. She said it looked like he was floating, not in a dramatic, obvious way, but in a subtle way that made her uneasy. He wasn't stepping forward. He wasn't shifting his weight like a person normally does. He was gliding, moving smoothly toward the back gate as if he wasn't bound by the ground beneath him. The movement alone made her uncomfortable, but she tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just the angle. Maybe she couldn't see his legs properly. The man appeared to be snooping around the back gate, moving slowly, deliberately, like he was searching for someone or something. She watched him closely, trying to understand what he was doing. She still couldn't see his face clearly. It was dark, and he was partially turned away from her. Eventually, her unease grew strong enough that she decided to make noise to scare him off. She locked the car doors and honked the horn. The sound echoed through the lot, loud and sudden. The man stopped moving and turned around. That's when she saw his face. According to her, his face was pale, unnaturally pale, almost gray. But it wasn't just the color that terrified her. She said his face looked wrong, like it was melted. Not injured, not scarred in a normal way, but distorted, uneven, with holes where parts of a face shouldn't have holes. She couldn't describe it clearly because she didn't want to keep looking. The moment she saw it, panic took over completely. The man looked directly at her, and then he started moving toward the car. As he approached, she realized he wasn't just passing by or reacting to the horn. He was coming straight for her. She started honking the horn repeatedly, violently, hoping my brother would hear it and come outside. She raised one arm to cover her eyes, too terrified to look directly at him anymore, but she could still sense him getting closer. She said she heard him at the car. She could hear movement right next to her door. She could hear something wet against the window. When she finally dared to peek through her fingers for just a second, she saw him licking the glass of the passenger window. He was pressing his face close, smearing the window with his tongue, staring at her while trying to open the door handle. At that point, she was screaming and honking uncontrollably. She was crying for my brother, but because of the noise and the urgency, he misunderstood what was happening. He thought she was just trying to rush him because they were late. It took him around 40 seconds to a minute to get out of the apartment and back toward the car. By the time he came outside, the man was gone. There was no sign of him anywhere in the lot. No movement, no footsteps, nothing. His wife was hysterical, still honking the horn, still covering her face, completely inconsolable. My brother didn't question it. He didn't stop to look around. He got in the car, and they drove straight to my house. After hearing all of this, my brother immediately called the police. Officers came out and searched the area around the apartment complex. They checked the back gate, the lot, the surrounding streets. They found no one, no witnesses, no suspicious activity, nothing that could explain what she described. But whatever happened was real enough to her. They moved out of that apartment the following week. After that night, my sister-in-law was never quite the same about being alone at night. She refused to sit in the car by herself. She refused to park in dark areas. She wouldn't even talk about what she saw without breaking down. My brother, for his part, never tried to dismiss her experience. He believed her fear, even if he couldn't explain what caused it. I've replayed that night in my head countless times. I've tried to find rational explanations. Maybe it was a disturbed man. Maybe it was someone wearing a mask. Maybe stress and darkness warped her perception. But none of those explanations fully account for the way she reacted, the sheer terror that overtook her, or the fact that the man vanished without a trace. If I hadn't seen her myself, shaking, crying, completely broken by fear, I might have written it off as hysteria. If my brother hadn't been there, Hadn't heard the horn, hadn't seen how quickly everything escalated. I might have doubted it too, but I saw her that night. I heard her cries. I watched a grown adult reduced to a state of pure terror. Whatever she saw, it wasn't just in her head. To this day, I don't claim it was a ghost. I don't say it was something supernatural with certainty, but I also can't say it was normal. Something happened that night that none of us could explain, something that frightened her deeply enough to change her behavior and force them to uproot their lives. And 15 years later, it still sends a chill through me when I think about it. I still remember that night with unsettling clarity, even though so many years have passed. At the time, I was about 13 years old, still young enough that the house felt safe simply because it was familiar, but old enough to start noticing when something felt wrong. A close friend was over at my place, and my parents had gone out for the evening. That wasn't unusual. They trusted me, and nothing like this had ever happened before. We were just doing what kids our age did, sitting on the couch, playing video games, laughing, completely relaxed and unaware that the night would end up burned into my memory. The house felt normal at first. Lights were on, the TV was making noise, controllers clicking in our hands. Outside, it was already dark, but that didn't matter much. We were inside, distracted, comfortable. At some point during the night, while we were still playing, I heard a loud sound. It was sharp and heavy, like a large piece of metal being dropped or slammed against something solid. It echoed through the house in a way that made me pause for a second, but I didn't really think about it too much. Houses make noises, pipes shift, things settle, and sometimes you hear sounds you can't explain right away. I shrugged it off and went back to the game. Looking back now, that was probably the first warning sign, but at the time it didn't register as anything serious. About an hour later, we weren't playing anymore. The game was paused and we were just sitting there talking, joking around the way kids do when they've run out of things to do but don't want the night to end yet. That's when I heard something again. This time, it was different. It wasn't loud. It was subtle. Strange enough that my brain didn't immediately categorize it as a normal house sound. I remember telling my friend to shut up because I wanted to hear it better. He kept talking, laughing, not realizing how serious I was. I snapped at him, louder and more aggressive than I meant to, telling him to shut the hell up. The moment he went quiet, the sound became clearer. It sounded like whispers, not whispers right next to us, but distant, coming from below. From the basement, it wasn't a single voice. It sounded like two people, maybe more, arguing quietly. The tone was tense, urgent, like they were trying not to be heard. It wasn't loud enough to make out words, but it was unmistakably voices. My entire body went cold. I didn't say anything. I didn't even look at my friend right away. I just sat there, frozen, listening. Then I looked at him. The look on his face told me everything. His eyes were wide, his mouth slightly open, his whole expression stiff with fear. He was hearing it too. In that moment, the realization hit me hard and fast. I wasn't imagining it. This wasn't my brain playing tricks on me. Whatever that sound was, it was real. That's when my mind jumped back to the loud metal bang I'd heard earlier in the night. Suddenly, it made sense in the worst possible way. My house had an outside metal door that led into the basement. That sound could have easily been that door slamming open or shut. The pieces clicked together instantly and my fear skyrocketed. I became absolutely convinced that people had broken into my house and were now down in the basement, whispering to each other, trying to figure out what to do next. There was no hesitation, no discussion. Fear took over completely. We bolted. We ran out the back door as fast as we could. I don't even remember grabbing shoes or jackets. I don't remember locking anything. All I remember is running. I ran faster than I ever had in my life. My heart was pounding so hard it hurt, my legs burning, breath coming out in panicked gasps. The world narrowed down to one thought: get away. My grandparents lived down the street, close enough that I could reach their house without stopping, but far enough that it felt like a desperate sprint. I didn't slow down until I reached their door. I was shaking when I knocked, barely able to explain what was happening when they opened it. They let us in immediately, and that's when the adrenaline started to crash, and the fear really set in. I used their phone to call my parents. My voice was shaky, words tumbling over each other as I tried to explain. I told them about the noise, the whispers, the basement. I told them I thought someone had broken into the house. They didn't question it. They told me to stay put and said they were coming home right away. The wait felt endless. When my parents arrived, they went straight back to the house. My friend and I stayed behind with my grandparents, replaying the sounds over and over in our heads. Every time the phone rang or a car passed outside, my heart jumped. I kept imagining people hiding in the basement, waiting, listening. Eventually, my parents came back. They told us they had searched the entire house. Every room, every closet, the basement. There was no one there. Nothing was disturbed. Nothing was missing. The outside metal door to the basement was still locked, just like it always was. No signs of forced entry, no open doors, no explanation. Hearing that didn't bring relief the way I expected it to. Instead, it made everything feel worse. If no one had broken in, then what did we hear? To this day, I still don't know. I still don't have an explanation that fully makes sense. Houses can make noises, sure, but houses don't whisper. They don't sound like two people quietly arguing. And the fact that my friend heard it too is what keeps this memory so firmly planted in my mind. If I had been alone, I could have convinced myself that I imagined it, that I was scared, bored, or overly imaginative. But I wasn't alone. We both heard it. That night scared me in a way few things ever have. It wasn't just fear of burglars or danger. It was the fear of not understanding what was happening, of realizing that sometimes things occur that don't fit neatly into logic. For a long time after that, I hated being home alone at night. Every small noise made my stomach drop. Every creak or thump made me think of that whispering sound drifting up from the basement. Even now, years later, the memory hasn't faded. I can still picture the living room, the couch, the TV paused on the screen. I can still hear the way the whispers sounded low and urgent, just out of reach. I can still feel the rush of fear when my friend went silent and I realized he was hearing the same thing. I don't claim to know what it was. I don't pretend to have a paranormal explanation or a rational one that ties everything up nicely. All I know is that something happened that night. Something real enough to send two 13-year-old kids running for their lives. And that's what makes it so hard to forget. This happened a few years ago, maybe 2 or 3, possibly 4. The exact year doesn't matter much because the memory is still very clear in my head. At the time, I was in my first year of a photography course at college, still adjusting to late nights, deadlines, and the kind of routine where staying up until early morning hours felt normal. That night was no different, at least not at first. It was around 1 in the morning. I was in my room working on something photography related, editing photos or sorting files with my headphones on. Music was playing quietly, enough to block out small background noises, but not loud enough to completely disconnect me from the house. My mom often fell asleep on the sofa downstairs and then went up to bed late, sometimes after midnight, sometimes closer to 1 or 2 in the morning. Because of that, hearing movement in the house at that hour didn't immediately feel strange. At some point, I heard rustling coming from downstairs. It sounded like someone moving around, maybe opening drawers or picking things up. My first thought was that my mum was still awake and looking for something before going to bed. I didn't think much of it. Houses make noise, and when you live somewhere long enough, you stop questioning every sound. But after a few moments, the noise seemed closer to the stairs. That's when I started to feel a bit uneasy. Not panicked, not scared, just that slight feeling that something didn't quite line up. I took one ear cup off my headphones and listened more closely. The sounds weren't frantic, but they didn't sound casual either. Still, my brain kept trying to explain it away. Mum looking for her phone, Mum grabbing a charger, Mum checking something before heading upstairs. Then my dad came out of the bathroom. He looked at me and asked, casually at first, if I was in my room. I said yes. The moment those words left my mouth, something changed in his expression. He went quiet for half a second, then told me to come with him downstairs. There was urgency in his voice, the kind that makes your stomach tighten before you even know why. We both moved quickly, almost running down the stairs. As soon as we reached the bottom, it became obvious what had happened. One of the windows had been forced open. The latch was damaged, the frame bent just enough to let someone inside. That was when everything clicked at once. My mum had gone upstairs to bed around midnight. Whoever broke in must have been watching, waiting for her to go to sleep before making a move. Someone had been inside our house while we were all home. The reality of that hit harder than any horror story ever could. The guy didn't take everything. He wasn't smashing the place up or making a mess. He took specific things, my wallet, my dad's work laptop, my mum's Kindle, things that were easy to grab and easy to carry. At first, it felt like a standard burglary, frightening but straightforward. Then, my dad noticed something that made the whole situation far more disturbing. We had a katana on a stand in the house. It wasn't just decorative, it was real, sharp, and something my dad took seriously. The thief had taken one of the katanas off the stand and left it nearby, like he'd been holding it or keeping it ready. That detail changed everything. The idea that someone had been inside our house, armed, waiting in case one of us came downstairs. That was the moment it really sank in how bad things could have been. I'm generally a laid-back person. I don't panic easily. Even when something dangerous happens, my first reaction isn't fear, it's more like detached awareness. But this wasn't about being scared in the moment. It was the realization afterward. If I had gone downstairs when I heard those noises, thinking it was my mum, I could have walked straight into him. I'm quiet on the stairs. I don't stomp. I don't announce myself. If he was already holding that katana, ready to attack, I might not have even had time to react. It didn't scare me so much as it hit me with a delayed understanding, like you could have died, not dramatically, not in some movie-like struggle. Just instantly because you assumed the house was safe. My dad didn't waste time. Once he realized the guy had already left, he grabbed his phone and went outside, looking around the area. He was angry, focused, and running on adrenaline. At some point he actually bumped into the guy while he was on the phone. The timing was unreal. The thief was carrying fishing gear. Apparently he had stolen it from one of our neighbors. When my dad questioned him, the guy claimed he was out late-night fishing. With the fishing rods and equipment in hand, the story almost made sense. Enough that my dad didn't immediately tackle him or escalate things further right there. The guy walked off and my dad came back home. The police were called, statements were given. The usual process started. At that point, we assumed the stolen items were gone for good. Annoying, upsetting, but not unexpected. Then came the part that still feels almost darkly funny in hindsight. My dad's work laptop was heavily password protected. Not just a basic login, but serious security. A few days after the break-in, after the police had already been informed, my dad went to a place where one of his friends worked. It was a local business, the kind of place where people sometimes bought and sold secondhand electronics. And there it was, his laptop, sitting right there. My dad was obviously confused, thinking maybe it just looked similar, but his friend pulled him aside and explained what had happened. Apparently a guy had come in trying to sell the laptop. When he realized he couldn't get into it or wipe it properly, he just wanted quick cash and didn't care anymore. My dad's friend recognized something was off and kept it. With that information, my dad went straight back to the police. His friend acted as a witness, confirming who sold it and when. That was enough to move things forward properly. The thief was eventually caught. From what we later heard, the situation didn't end well for him, even after arrest. Word got around that he'd been selling stolen items, and apparently he ended up with a kind of bounty on his head inside prison. People don't take kindly to that sort of thing. There were rumors that he tried to take his own life because of it. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if he's still in prison or if he's been released. I've never looked into it further, and honestly, I don't care to. At some point, his father contacted my dad's friend and wanted to talk to us. We never found out exactly why. Maybe he wanted to apologize. Maybe he wanted to explain. Maybe he wanted us not to press charges or to offer compensation. Whatever the reason, my dad refused outright. He didn't want anyone giving out our address or involving us any further. And to be honest, I'm pretty sure if my dad had come face to face with that guy again, it would not have ended well. There's one small detail about that night that still makes me shake my head. Earlier in the evening, I had left my camera bag downstairs. It held my camera, lenses, and equipment I needed for my course. It wasn't cheap. It was the most important thing I owned at the time. My dad noticed it and absolutely tore into me for leaving it down there. He kept telling me to take it upstairs, saying I was careless and that something could happen to it. I was annoyed. I thought he was overreacting, but I took it upstairs anyway. If I hadn't, that camera would have been stolen too, and losing it would have completely screwed me. I wouldn't have been able to continue my course properly, and I would have lost a lot of money on equipment I no longer had. That small, almost insignificant argument probably saved my entire year. That night changed how I see safety, not in a paranoid way, but in a realistic one. It taught me that danger doesn't always announce itself. Sometimes it sounds like rustling. Sometimes it sounds like someone you trust moving around the house. And sometimes the difference between a normal night and a life-changing one is as small as whether you decide to investigate a noise or stay where you are. There's humor in parts of the story, sure, but underneath it, there's still that quiet, unsettling thought that lingers. Someone was inside our house, armed, waiting, and by pure chance, timing, and one annoyed parent, things didn't go a very different way. That's the part that stays with you. Sorry to interrupt. If you're new here, I'd appreciate it if you subscribe to Shadow Archives. Back when I was about 12 years old, my family took a trip out into rural Victoria in Australia to see my grandpa play at a bluegrass festival. It was supposed to be a fun family getaway, something relaxed and memorable. My grandpa had been playing music for years, and this festival was a big deal for him, so we all made the effort to go. At that age, I didn't fully appreciate the music or the atmosphere the way adults did, but I was excited to get away from home and stay somewhere new. My parents, my brother, and I stayed in a caravan park in a very small town called Freeburg. It was the kind of place you'd miss if you blinked while driving through. Quiet, surrounded by bushland, and with that feeling of being far away from everything familiar. My grandparents, along with a friend of theirs from Holland, stayed in a nearby town called Harrietville. It wasn't far away, just enough distance that we weren't all crammed into the same place. We didn't own a caravan ourselves, so instead we rented a cabin at the caravan park. I remember being pleasantly surprised by it at first. From the outside, it looked fairly new and well kept. Inside, it was small and a bit cramped, but not uncomfortable. Most of the furniture looked like old, cheap motel furniture, the kind that's sturdy but lifeless, clearly chosen more for durability than comfort. Still, I liked the place. It felt like a proper holiday cabin, different enough from home to be exciting. Except for one room. My parents' room gave me the creeps from the moment we arrived. To this day, I can't fully explain why. There was nothing obviously wrong with it. It wasn't filthy or damaged. It wasn't darker than the other rooms or filled with strange decorations. If anything, it looked fairly normal. The furniture in that room did seem slightly older than what was in the rest of the cabin, but not enough that it should have stood out. It was still cozy, still functional, still just a bedroom. But 12-year-old me knew something was wrong with it. It wasn't a sudden fear. It was more like a constant low-level unease that never went away. Every time I walked past that room, my stomach tightened just a little. I avoided looking into it for too long. When I brushed my teeth at night, I would angle myself so I could see the doorway to my parents' room reflected in the mirror. I didn't even realize I was doing it at first. It was just instinct, like some part of my brain needed to keep an eye on it. Even when I was having a bath in the jacuzzi for the first time, something that should have been exciting and relaxing, I found myself barely taking my eyes off that room. I'd glance toward it again and again, half expecting something to happen, though I had no idea what that something might be. There was never any movement, never any sound coming from it, but that somehow made it worse. What's strange is that even now, years later, when I think back to that cabin, my parents' room, unsettles me more than the actual paranormal experience I had there. The memory of that room carries a heavier sense of fear than the event itself. Like the room was quietly watching everything that happened. The main incident happened one night during our stay. That evening I got into an argument with my mother in the lounge room. I don't even remember what it was about now. Probably something trivial, the kind of argument that feels huge when you're a kid, but meaningless in hindsight. Voices were raised, emotions were high, and eventually I stormed off to my room. My bedroom was right next to my parents' room, separated only by a thin wall. Even though I was angry, I didn't slam my door. I remember consciously closing it gently because I didn't want to make my mother angrier than she already was. I lay down on my bed, staring at the ceiling, trying to calm myself down. My heart was still racing from the argument, and I was replaying everything in my head, like kids do when they're upset. Then it happened. There was a massive bang on my door. Not a knock, not a thump. A bang so loud and forceful that I genuinely thought the door was going to break. The entire door shook in its frame. The sound echoed through the cabin, sharp and violent. I sat straight up in bed, my heart instantly jumping into my throat. My immediate thought was that my mother had come after me, angry, and had kicked the door as hard as she could. That was the only explanation my mind could come up with in that split second. But even as that thought formed, it didn't quite make sense. My mother isn't a large or particularly physical woman. She's not someone who kicks doors or lashes out like that. The force behind that bang felt far beyond anything she could reasonably do. I knew it couldn't have been a punch either. If someone had punched the door hard enough to make it shake the way it did, they would have broken their knuckles. And the hallway was far too narrow for someone to have rammed it with their shoulder or body. There just wasn't enough space. Still shaken, I called out and asked my mother if she had kicked the door. She answered from the lounge room, sounding just as confused as I felt. She asked if I had kicked it. That's when the fear really set in. I told her no, I hadn't touched the door. There was a brief pause on her end. I could hear hesitation in her voice. Then she said something about how old houses sometimes do weird things, how wood can expand or shift, and she sort of trailed off mid-sentence. I believed her. I was 12, naive. And I trusted my mother completely. She's never been someone to lie to me. This is a woman who once told me she felt guilty about lying to me and my brother about Santa Claus. If she said she didn't kick the door, then I believed her without question. I accepted the explanation and tried to calm myself down, though I didn't sleep very well that night. The rest of the trip passed without anything else overtly strange happening, but that feeling never left me. That sense of being watched, of something being off in that cabin, especially around my parents' room. It wasn't until the long drive home from Freeburg back to our home state that my mother brought it up again. Out of nowhere, she said something like, "How about that scary door?" I remember feeling a knot form in my stomach. I asked her if it wasn't just because the house was old and made noises, repeating the explanation she'd given me that night. She was quiet for a moment. Then she admitted the truth. She told me she had only said that to keep me calm. In reality, the bang on the door had scared the hell out of her. She said it didn't sound natural to her either. She couldn't explain it. And she admitted that she hadn't slept properly for the rest of the trip because she couldn't stop thinking about it. Hearing that shook me more than the event itself. Up until that point, a part of me had still clung to the idea that maybe I'd exaggerated it in my head. Maybe it wasn't as loud as I remembered. Maybe fear had distorted my memory. But knowing that my mother, an adult, had been just as frightened as I was and had deliberately lied to protect me, changed everything. Whether you believe me or not, I know something bad happened in that place. Something kicked that door, and it wasn't any member of my family. I don't know what it was. I don't know why it chose that moment. I don't know why it seemed tied to that room, that cabin, that place. All I know is that the fear I felt that night was real, and it's stayed with me ever since. Even now, years later, thinking about that cabin and especially my parents' room makes my skin crawl in a way I can't fully explain. Some places hold things, memories, emotions, or something darker. And sometimes, if you're unlucky enough, you feel it before you ever understand it. I was 16 years old when my life split into a before and an after, even though at the time I didn't understand that it had happened. Looking back now, it feels unreal, like something that happened to someone else, or like a story I once read and can't quite place. But it was real, and I've carried it with me ever since. It started with a confession. Someone I knew told me that he had killed someone. The date he gave me was April 1st, April Fool's Day. We were 16, still kids in so many ways, and my mind immediately tried to protect itself by clinging to that detail. April 1st. It has to be a joke, right? A sick joke, maybe, but still a joke. I remember laughing it off at first, telling myself that no one our age could really do something like that. That belief didn't last very long. Not long after, the police contacted me. I was called into the station to talk. I remember the building feeling cold and sterile, the kind of place where your voice sounds too loud, no matter how quietly you speak. They took me into an interview room, alone. My mother was kept outside. That detail still bothers me when I think about it. I was a minor, scared, confused, and yet they isolated me anyway. The questioning didn't happen once. It happened over several days, long hours. The same questions over and over, asked in slightly different ways, like they were trying to catch me in something. At first, I answered carefully. I told them what felt safe, what I thought I could say without putting myself in danger. But the pressure kept building. Eventually, their tone changed. They told me that if I didn't tell them everything I knew, they would consider me an accomplice. They said there was no way he could have done it alone. They said my silence made me suspicious. Hearing that at 16 was terrifying. I didn't understand my rights. I didn't understand how far they could go. I just knew that suddenly I wasn't a witness anymore. I was a potential criminal. Still, I didn't tell them everything, not because I wanted to protect him, but because I wanted to protect myself. I had a deep, instinctive fear that saying too much would put me in real danger, so I held on to that one detail in my mind like a life raft. April 1st, April Fool's Day. I kept telling myself that somehow that date meant this couldn't be as real as it felt. In the end, he was found guilty. He was sentenced to 8 years in prison. On paper, that should have been the end of it. Justice served. Case closed. Life moves on. But that's not what happened. While he was in prison, he started calling me. At first, it was just uncomfortable. Hearing his voice again made my stomach twist, but I told myself it was harmless. Then it escalated. He would call after weekends and ask me if I had fun at the club. He would tell me what I had been wearing, specific details, things he shouldn't have known. That was when fear really set in. I couldn't understand how he knew these things. Later, I realized he had read my investigation reports. Somehow he had access to information he should never have had. That realization filled me with shame and guilt. I felt exposed, like my private thoughts and statements had been laid bare for the person who scared me the most. I didn't tell anyone. I was embarrassed, ashamed. I felt stupid for not having spoken up earlier and terrified of what would happen if I spoke up now, so I stayed quiet. When I changed my phone number, he somehow got the new one within days. He would call and say things like, "You thought you got rid of me, right?" Hearing that made my blood run cold. This went on for years. Eventually, I stopped responding to his letters. I stopped answering his calls. I tried to forget about him, to push him into some dark corner of my memory where he couldn't hurt me anymore. For a while, it worked. The calls stopped. The silence felt like freedom. I started to believe it was finally over. Then one night, years later, I was out with friends and my boyfriend. When my phone rang, it was late. The caller was my old neighbor's girlfriend. Her voice sounded strange, tight with fear. She told me to sit down and take a breath before she said anything else. She told me he was at my parents' house. He was standing at their door, asking for me. She said he looked disguised somehow, like he was trying not to be recognized, and that something about him felt very wrong. My father answered the door. When my dad asked what he was doing there, the man said he had come to take me with him. Those words still echo in my head. I went straight to the police station. I told them he had escaped from prison. They laughed. They actually laughed at me. They said it was impossible. He was in a top security state prison. Nobody just escapes from a place like that. I didn't back down. I insisted they check. I pushed until they finally made a call to the prison where he was, supposed to be held. When they came back, their faces were pale. The mood in the room had completely changed. He had escaped. Not long after that, my phone rang again. It was him. This time, the police wanted me to keep him talking so they could trace his location. It was never about my safety. It was about catching him. I could hear the tension in the room, the way they leaned in, listening to every word. I didn't play along. I refused to be bait. I hung up. For days, the police set up surveillance around my parents' house. Cars parked nearby, officers watching. And of course, that's when he came back. He actually got inside the house. When I saw him, something strange happened inside me. I was terrified, but at the same time, I felt eerily calm, like my body had decided panic wouldn't help and shut it down completely. My dad was with me. We told him the police were watching the house, that it would be better for him to leave. He looked at me and asked if I wanted to run away with him. I said no. I don't remember raising my voice. I don't remember shaking. I just remember saying no. He left. 2 weeks later, they caught him. Same city. He had a gun in his pocket. None of this ever made the news. There's no article you can look up, no documentary, no proof I can point to and say, see, this happened. On paper, it's like it never existed, but I live with it. I always will. Sometimes I cope with dark humor. I tell myself little jokes in my head, like how timing always seems to erase my story. How every time I write about it online, it gets buried. Like now. Maybe it's the third time I've written it on Reddit. Maybe no one will read it again because of time zones or algorithms or whatever invisible forces decide which stories get seen. But I know it happened. I know what it feels like to be 16 and interrogated for hours without your mother in the room. I know what it feels like to be threatened with becoming an accomplice just for staying silent. I know what it feels like to have someone in prison know what you're wearing on a Saturday night. I know what it feels like to have police laugh at you only to turn pale minutes later. And I know what it feels like to look someone in the eyes, someone who once killed and who escaped to come looking for you, and calmly tell them no. There's no closure to a story like this. There's no neat ending. It doesn't fade into the past the way people like to believe trauma does. It just becomes something you carry quietly, something that shapes the way you see safety, authority, and truth. This is something I have to live with, and whether anyone reads it or not, whether it disappears again or not, it's real to me. This happened back in my home country, Iraq, a long time ago, when I was still very young. I was about 6 years old at the time, so most of what I know now comes from pieces I remember and things that were told to me years later. Even so, this story has stayed with my family for decades, and it's one of those things that never really fades, no matter how much time passes. My oldest brother was 18 back then. He was at that age where curiosity, pride, and recklessness mixed together. He thought he knew the world, or at least believed he was brave enough to face anything strange or forbidden. One day, he and some of his friends decided to visit an araf. In our culture, an araf is not just a simple fortune teller. This is someone who claims to deal directly with jinn, beings that exist alongside humans but are normally unseen. People go to them for answers, power, protection, or sometimes just out of curiosity, not fully understanding the consequences. According to what my family later learned, this araf did something to my brother. He unveiled a layer for him. That's how it was described. The idea is that humans normally cannot see jinn, but through certain rituals or practices, that barrier can be weakened or opened. After that, my brother was supposedly able to see the shadows of jinn. Whatever really happened there, one thing was certain. My brother was not the same afterward. He came home terrified, not scared in a normal way, but deeply shaken. He started sleeping with the lights on every single night. This was unusual for him. He was the type who liked to act tough, especially in front of his younger siblings. Seeing him afraid confused me. At that age, I had just reached a point where I could finally sleep with the lights off by myself, and I remember teasing him for being scared of the dark. I didn't understand what was going on, and no one explained it to me. To me, it just looked like my older brother had suddenly become afraid, for no reason. Our house had a very specific design, which is important to understand what happened next. The living room was in the center of the house, and all the bedrooms and other rooms were arranged around it. To go anywhere, you usually passed through or near the living room. Sounds carried easily, and movement was noticeable. One day, something happened that changed everything. My mother had just finished using the bathroom connected to the master bedroom. The lights in the bedroom were off. As she stepped out of the bathroom and looked toward her bed, she saw something sitting on it. She described it as a dark, oval-shaped figure. It wasn't human-shaped. It wasn't animal-shaped either. It was about 4 feet tall, solid in form, and completely dark, like a shadow that had weight and volume. At first, she thought something was wrong with her eyes. She had just come out of a bright bathroom into a darker room. She assumed it was a trick of the light or her vision adjusting, so she closed her eyes for a moment, took a breath, and opened them again. The thing was gone, but the fear didn't leave. As soon as she opened the bedroom door and stepped into the living room, my oldest brother came rushing toward her. He looked panicked. His face was pale, his eyes wide. He asked her immediately if she had seen it. My mother, still trying to stay calm, asked him what he meant. He answered without hesitation. "Jinn," he said. "He's a short little guy. He looks like an egg." Those words froze her. My mother denied seeing anything. She didn't want to encourage fear or feed into something she didn't fully understand. She went and sat down in the living room, completely silent. She didn't speak. She didn't move much. She just stared ahead, lost in thought. One of my other brothers was already sitting there. He noticed immediately that something was wrong. He asked her why her face had turned so pale, why she looked like she had just seen a ghost. That's when she finally told him what had happened in the bedroom. She explained what she saw on the bed, the dark shape, the way it disappeared. And when she described it, the description matched exactly what my oldest brother had said moments earlier. A short, dark, oval-shaped figure, like an egg. That was the moment when denial stopped being possible. As a child, I didn't know any of this. No one told me. All I knew was that my brother was afraid. My mother sometimes seemed distant, and there was a tension in the house that I couldn't understand. It wasn't until I was in my mid-20s that I finally learned the full story. By then, I was old enough to understand the weight of it, and old enough to see how deeply it had affected everyone involved. My oldest brother is now 45 years old. Even after all these years, he is still deeply affected by what happened. Every time I try to ask him about it, his reaction is intense. He becomes angry, defensive, and visibly uncomfortable. He refuses to talk about it. He tells me never to ask him again. Sometimes he literally walks away from the conversation. It's not something he jokes about. It's not something he reflects on calmly. It's like reopening a wound that never healed. At one point, I even asked his wife if he had ever shared any details with her. She knows the story exists. She knows something happened, but she told me that he never explained it to her either. In fact, he made her promise him that she would never ask him about it again. He shut that door completely, even with the person closest to him. That, more than anything else, tells me how real it was for him. People can fake fear, people can exaggerate stories, but fear that lasts decades. Fear that turns into anger and avoidance. Fear that someone refuses to even put into words. That's something different. Whatever my brother experienced after visiting, that Araf broke something inside him. It took away his sense of safety. It took away his curiosity. It replaced it with something he didn't want to carry but couldn't get rid of. As for my mother, she rarely spoke about it. When she did, she spoke quietly, carefully, like she didn't want to give the memory too much space. She wasn't someone who believed easily in superstition. She was practical, grounded, strong, and yet she never denied what she saw. She never tried to explain it away completely. She simply accepted that something had happened, something she couldn't explain, and moved on as best she could. Looking back now, I understand why no one talked about it openly when I was a child. In our culture, things like this aren't discussed lightly, especially around children. There's a belief that attention gives power, that fear invites more fear. Silence is sometimes seen as protection, but silence also leaves questions. To this day, I don't know exactly what my brother saw after that visit. I don't know what he continued to see, or if it ever truly stopped. I don't know if what my mother saw was connected to him directly, or if it was something else entirely. I only know that one decision, one visit driven by curiosity, had consequences that followed him for the rest of his life. Some people will say it was imagination, stress, suggestion, fear feeding on fear. Others will say it was something real, something we're not meant to interact with. I don't claim to have an answer. I wasn't the one who saw the shadows. I wasn't the one who saw the shape on the bed. But I did grow up in a house where something changed. I grew up watching a strong older brother turn into someone afraid of the dark. I grew up sensing tension without knowing why. And later, as an adult, I learned that the fear had a name, a shape, and a moment when it all began. Whatever it was, it left a mark. And some marks don't fade, no matter how much time passes. I remember staying up late one night, years ago, watching cold case files on television. I was young at the time, probably around 10 years old, and I honestly shouldn't have been watching something like that so late at night. But I did, and there was one story from that show that never left me. Even now, years later, it still sits in my mind in a way that very few stories ever have. The episode was about a woman named Teresa Knorr. From the beginning, it was clear that she was not just a strict or harsh parent. She was deeply abusive. She had several children, 3 daughters and 2 sons, and the way she treated them was not only cruel, but calculated. What disturbed me most, even as a child watching, was how differently she treated her daughters compared to her sons. The sons were abused too, but the daughters were treated with a special kind of hatred. As her daughters grew older, Teresa became jealous of them. Not protective, not concerned, but jealous. She saw them not as her children, but as competition. As they entered their teenage years, the abuse escalated. Beatings became more frequent and more severe. The home wasn't a place of safety. It was a place of constant fear, where the daughters never knew what would trigger the next punishment. The oldest daughter, Susan Knorr, suffered terribly. I didn't remember all the details clearly at first, because I was so young when I saw the episode. But when I later looked into the case again as an adult, the full horror became even clearer. Susan was shot by her own mother during an argument. Instead of taking her to a hospital, Teresa attempted to perform a crude, horrific surgery herself to remove the bullet. This was done in a bathtub, with no medical knowledge, no sterilization, and no concern for Susan's survival. The wound became badly infected. Susan was in agony, growing weaker by the day. When Susan didn't recover, Teresa made a decision that still feels impossible to comprehend. She tied Susan up, loaded her into a car, and drove out into the woods with her sons. There, Susan was set on fire. That was how her life ended. Her own brothers were forced to be there, forced to witness it, forced to help. The trauma of that alone is unimaginable. The second daughter, Sheila Knorr, endured a different kind of torture, prolonged and deliberate. Sheila was forced into prostitution at a young age so she could financially support the family. Teresa pulled all of her children out of school no later than the 8th grade, so teachers, counselors, or anyone else couldn't notice bruises, injuries, or signs of abuse. Sheila was beaten regularly. She was isolated. She was starved. Eventually, Teresa locked Sheila in a small closet. There was no ventilation, no light, no food, no water, no bathroom. She was left there to slowly die. Sheila didn't die quickly. She suffered alone in that confined space until her body finally gave out. Even then, she wasn't immediately removed. It was only after days passed and the smell became unbearable that Teresa unlocked the closet. By then, Sheila was long gone. Her sons were again made to help, this time burying Sheila's body. All of this was witnessed, remembered, and carried by the youngest daughter, Terry Knorr. Terry grew up watching her sisters be destroyed one by one. She saw the pattern. She saw the escalation. She knew that eventually she would be next. At one point, Terry got into an argument with her mother, and Teresa shot her as well. Unlike Susan, Terry survived, but the message was clear. Her life was disposable. Terry knew she had to escape or she would die. When she tried to leave, Teresa caught her. Instead of stopping her outright, she made a deal. She told Terry she could leave on one condition. She would allow Teresa to remove the bullet still lodged in her body. Desperate, terrified, and believing she had no other choice, Terry agreed. What followed was another horrific bathtub operation. Again, no medical care, no understanding of infection or safety. Terry developed a severe infection that nearly killed her. Somehow, she survived. And after that, Teresa let her go. Terry left home at just 16 years old. She used Sheila's identification card to pass as an adult so she could disappear and avoid being dragged back. She was injured, traumatized, and completely alone. But she was alive. For years, Terry tried to tell people what had happened. She went to police, she went to doctors. She told anyone who would listen about the abuse, the murders, and what her mother had done to her sisters. No one believed her. She was dismissed as unstable, delusional, or attention-seeking. Imagine surviving that kind of horror, carrying that truth alone, and being told over and over that you were lying or insane. That part of the story is almost as painful as the abuse itself. Years passed. Terry tried to build a life, but the weight of what she had seen and lost never left her. Then one day she saw a television program about investigators reopening cold murder cases. Something clicked. She realized they might be talking about her sisters, even if they didn't know it yet. That gave her the strength to call one more time. One last attempt to be heard. This time, something was different. Investigators had found burned human remains in a wooded area. Suddenly, parts of Terry's story could be verified. Details she had shared years earlier began to line up with physical evidence. For the first time, someone took her seriously. For the first time, the truth was no longer just her word against the world. Teresa Knorr was arrested in 1993. The full scope of her crimes came to light. The murders, the abuse, the manipulation of her sons, the deliberate isolation of her daughters. The cruelty wasn't impulsive, it was systematic. Teresa was convicted and sentenced to 2 consecutive life sentences in prison. She will be eligible for parole in 2027 when she will be 81 years old. Shortly after finally being believed, after finally seeing justice begin to take shape, Terry Knorr died. That part has always haunted me the most. She spent her entire life carrying unbearable trauma, trying to tell the truth, trying to honor her sisters, trying to survive what never should have happened to her. And when the world finally listened, when her story was no longer dismissed, she didn't get to live long enough to experience peace or closure. I know I may have mixed up or forgotten some details when I first remembered this story, because I was a child when I saw it. But revisiting it later only made it more horrifying, not less. This wasn't just a crime story. It was a story about how evil can hide behind closed doors, how systems fail victims, and how easily truth can be ignored when it's inconvenient or uncomfortable. What stayed with me all these years wasn't just what Teresa did, it was what happened to Terry afterward. How she screamed the truth into a void for years, how no one protected her, how no one believed her, and how that kind of disbelief can be almost as damaging as the abuse itself. Some stories don't fade. They don't become just another episode you watched late at night. They stay with you, growing heavier as you get older and understand them more clearly. This was one of those stories for me. Even now, thinking about it makes my chest feel tight. It's the kind of evil that doesn't make sense, the kind that leaves scars far beyond the people directly involved. And it's a reminder that sometimes the most terrifying thing isn't the crime itself, but how long it can take for the truth to finally be heard. When I was a little girl, my family lived in a 2-story house that always felt wrong to me in a way I could never fully explain. From the very beginning, there was something about that place that made my skin crawl, even during the daytime. I remember telling my parents over and over that the house felt haunted, that something wasn't right, but they never took me seriously. To them, it was just an old house with normal noises, and I was just a kid with a big imagination. But to me, the house felt alive in a quiet, unsettling way, like it was always watching, always listening. What made it even stranger was how different our house felt compared to the rest of the street. We lived on a normal residential road with working streetlights, but for some reason, the light never seemed to reach our house. At night, everything around us would glow softly except our front yard and porch, which stayed swallowed in darkness. No matter how bright the streetlights were, it was always pitch black around our home, as if the light simply stopped at the edge of our property. Even as a child, that detail stuck with me. It felt intentional, like the darkness belonged there. Inside the house, the atmosphere never felt calm. The kitchen sink was one of the worst parts. It had this constant dripping sound that echoed through the house, especially at night when everything else was quiet. My parents had it fixed more than once, and plumbers would say there was nothing wrong or that the issue was resolved. But the dripping always came back. It wasn't loud, but it was steady, slow, and impossible to ignore. Lying in bed at night, I could hear it faintly, like a ticking clock counting down to something I didn't understand. My bedroom was at the very top of the stairs, which only made things worse. The staircase was narrow and creaky, and at night, the sounds carried easily. Some nights, when everyone else was asleep, I would hear footsteps moving up and down the stairs. At first, I tried to tell myself it was just my parents or the house settling, but the sounds never matched what I knew. The footsteps were slow and deliberate, not rushed or casual. Sometimes they would stop halfway up the stairs, as if someone was standing there, listening. Other times, the steps would continue all the way up, and I could swear they sounded like they were coming straight toward my bed. I would lie there, frozen under the covers, too scared to move, waiting for the sounds to stop. One incident that still stands out clearly happened when I was about 8 or 9 years old. I had gotten really sick enough that I stayed home from school, and my mom stayed with me. We spent most of the day upstairs in the living room, watching TV and resting. The house was quiet in that way it gets when only 2 people are home, almost too quiet. At some point, my mom realized the air conditioning was still running downstairs and asked me to go turn it off. I remember walking down the stairs slowly, not because I was scared at first, but because I still felt weak from being sick. Halfway down, there was a small landing where you could lean over the railing and see most of the downstairs area. From that spot, you could see into the living room, the kitchen, and down the hallway toward my parents' bedroom. For reasons I still don't understand, I felt this sudden urge to look over the railing. It was like something pulled my attention there. When I leaned over and looked, I noticed my parents' bedroom door was slightly open. That alone wasn't strange, but something about it made my stomach drop. As I stared at the door, it slowly opened all the way on its own. There was no breeze, no sound of movement, nothing that explained it. I knew for a fact that it was just me and my mom in the house. The moment the door fully opened, panic hit me all at once. I screamed and ran back up the stairs as fast as I could, my heart pounding, tears already streaming down my face. When I reached my mom, I tried to explain what I saw, talking over myself because I was so scared. She listened but brushed it off almost immediately. She told me I was probably just seeing things because I was sick, that my imagination was getting the best of me. I wanted to believe her, but deep down, I knew what I saw was real. That feeling stayed with me long after that day. Another experience happened late one night and disturbed me in a completely different way. My dad worked very early mornings, so he usually left the house around 3 o'clock in the morning. He never went upstairs before leaving, but I always knew when he left because our alarm system made a short beeping sound as he armed it. One night, I remember hearing the familiar beep, knowing my dad had just left for work. I rolled over and fell back asleep shortly after. Not long later, I woke up suddenly to a strange sensation on my face. It felt like a kiss, but not a normal one. It was cold and slightly wet, enough to shock me awake. For a moment, I was confused and disoriented, but then fear crept in. I lay there barely breathing, too scared to move or open my eyes again. Eventually, exhaustion took over and I fell back asleep. The next morning, the memory of it was still vivid. I asked my mom if she had come upstairs that night to kiss me, thinking maybe she had checked on me. She looked confused and told me no, she hadn't. When my dad came home from work later, I asked him the same thing. He also said no and reminded me that he never went upstairs before leaving. That answer left me with a question I still can't fully answer. If it wasn't my mom and it wasn't my dad, then who kissed me while I slept? The most terrifying experience of all happened when I was even younger, probably around 5 years old. It was one of those nights where a storm felt unusually intense. Thunder shook the house and lightning flashed so brightly that every strike lit up the rooms like a camera flash. I was already scared, so I grabbed my nightlight and carried it down the hallway to my older sister's room. I plugged it in beside her bed and climbed in with her, hoping I'd feel safer. My sister had left her bedroom door open and my face was turned toward it. Beyond the doorway was nothing but darkness. The hallway light was off, and the storm outside only made the shadows deeper. I pulled the blanket over my head but left a small hole so I could breathe and peek out if I needed to. Eventually, I closed my eyes, trying to block everything out. A loud crash of thunder suddenly jolted me awake. My heart was racing as I opened my eyes, and that's when I saw it. Through the small opening in the blanket, a pale white face was staring directly at me. The face looked unnatural, almost glowing against the darkness. One eye, a sharp, piercing blue, was fixed on me with an intensity that made my chest tighten. I couldn't scream, I couldn't move. My body felt completely frozen, like my fear had locked me in place. We stared at each other for what felt like forever, though it was probably around 30 seconds. Every second stretched unbearably long. Then, slowly, I saw more of it. A white, pale, almost transparent body rose up and turned away from the bed. It moved calmly out of the room and disappeared into the pitch-black hallway. Only after it was gone did I realize I was shaking uncontrollably. I stayed awake for the rest of the night, staring at the doorway, terrified it would come back. I never told my parents about that night. Even at that age, I somehow knew they wouldn't believe me. Years passed, and eventually, when I was in high school, my family moved out of that house. I thought leaving would bring relief, but the memories followed me. I still thought about the darkness, the footsteps, the door, the kiss, and that pale face in the hallway. Curiosity eventually pushed me to look into the history of the house. I started researching it on my own, not really expecting to find anything concrete. What I discovered sent chills through me. An elderly woman had died in that house years before we lived there. The worst part was learning where she had died. It was in the very room I slept in as a child. When I showed my parents what I found, they finally went quiet. For the first time, they didn't dismiss me or laugh it off. They believed me. That was the moment everything clicked into place. All those experiences I had tried to forget suddenly made sense in a way that was both terrifying and validating. I wasn't crazy. I wasn't imagining things. That house had been haunted, and whatever was there had made itself known to me when I was too young to understand it. Even now, years later, those memories still feel vivid, and sometimes, when it's quiet at night, I swear I can still hear footsteps on the stairs. There are a few moments in life that stay with you forever, no matter how many years pass or how many times people tell you that you must be remembering it wrong. Some memories just settle deep inside you and refuse to fade. This story is one of those memories for me, something I've held on to since childhood. And even though most of the people I've told over the years haven't believed me, some laughed, some politely nodded, some said I must have imagined it, I know with absolute certainty what happened. I was there, I felt it, and I've spent my entire life defending it to myself and to others. I was around 8 or 9 years old at the time. At that age, kids usually have wild imaginations, and I wasn't any different. I created stories in my head, played pretend games, made whole worlds out of cardboard boxes and blankets. But what I'm about to share wasn't imagination. It wasn't a dream or a moment of childish confusion. It was real. I've never doubted it, not even for a second, not even when people tried to convince me otherwise. To understand the moment, I have to start with the place where it happened, my grandmother's house. I lived on the same road as her for most of my life, so I spent countless days and nights there. That house wasn't just old, it was ancient, the kind of structure that feels like it's lived more lives than the people inside it. It had been standing long before my grandmother moved in with my grandfather. It's where my father grew up with his 4 siblings, 2 older brothers, 1 younger brother, and 1 younger sister. All of them were raised within those walls, which made the house feel even more alive, as if the laughter and fights and memories of generations were still hanging in the air. The house was massive, not just big, massive in a way that seems almost unreal for the era in which it was built. 5 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, 2 staircases if you counted the small one in the back, and hallways that stretched longer than you'd expect. Houses weren't typically built that large back then, at least not for ordinary families. There was something regal about it, even though it wasn't fancy or modern. It had a quiet grandeur, the kind that made you lower your voice when you walked through it, even if you didn't know why. The centerpiece of the house was the main staircase. It started in the front hallway and rose upward in a long, dramatic flight. It wasn't steep enough to be dangerous on its own, but it was long, at least 15 or 20 steps. The wooden railing was thick and smooth from years of hands sliding along it, and the steps creaked in familiar ways. At the top of the stairs, the hallway branched into several bedrooms and a bathroom. If you kept walking, you reached another hallway with more rooms and another bathroom. This was the area where my experience took place. I remember that day like it happened yesterday. The lighting, the hallway, the faint smell of something cooking downstairs. Every detail is burned into my memory. I was upstairs with my mother and grandmother. We had all been in the far master bedroom for some reason. I can't recall what we were doing there, maybe looking for something or helping organize the room, but my grandmother had been using that room at the time. I walked out ahead of them about 5 to 10 feet in front and started down the hallway toward the top of the staircase. That's when it happened. I don't know how to describe the feeling that came over me except to say that it was unlike anything I have ever felt before or since. It was as if something, some force, some presence, some invisible warmth flowed through my entire body all at once. I felt weightless, as light as air. My chest expanded with confidence so intense it didn't feel normal for a child. It was like my mind briefly stepped aside and something else took hold, something that made me feel unstoppable, as if I could do anything in the world. And then, before I even fully knew what I was doing, my body started to move on its own. It wasn't a decision. I didn't think about running. I didn't think about jumping. My legs just did it. I broke into a full sprint toward the staircase. I wasn't scared. I wasn't confused. I wasn't even aware enough to question what was happening. That strange euphoria, light, weightless, fearless, pushed me forward. When I reached the top of the staircase, I jumped. A normal fall would have been disastrous. That staircase was long. Falling down, it would have meant broken bones at best. But as soon as my feet left the floor, the weightlessness didn't fade. It intensified. I felt suspended in the air as if gravity had loosened its grip on me. I didn't drop. I didn't tumble. Instead, I floated. That's the only word that fits. I floated down the staircase. I drifted at a slow, gentle speed, my feet barely touching anything. There was no fear, no pain, no shock. When I reached the bottom, I didn't crash or stumble. I touched down softly on the second-to-last step, the way a feather settles on a surface. The moment my feet touched the wood, everything snapped back to normal. The strange sensation vanished as quickly as it had appeared. The hallway above me looked ordinary again. The staircase felt long and tall. The air around me felt heavy again, real again. I was breathless, not from exertion, just from shock. My mind began racing to catch up to what had happened, but there was no explanation that made sense. I turned and ran back up the stairs, my heart pounding. I reached the top just as my mother and grandmother were starting to walk down the hallway. I practically shouted, "I just flew down the stairs." They both looked at me like they weren't sure whether to laugh, scold me, or worry about me. My mom frowned and said something like, "Don't be silly," and my grandmother gently told me not to run on the stairs. They didn't believe me, not even a little, but it didn't matter. I knew what I had felt. I knew what had happened. And even though I was only 8 or 9, I knew it wasn't hallucination or imagination. It wasn't pretend. My body had floated. I had been lifted, carried by something I still can't explain. As the years passed, I told the story to people I trusted, friends, a few relatives, a couple of people who I thought might understand. The reactions were always mixed. Some shrugged it off as childhood exaggeration. Some said maybe I had dreamt it. Some didn't say anything but gave me a polite nod that told me they didn't believe me at all. Eventually, the constant disbelief wore me down. I stopped telling the story. I didn't need validation. I knew the truth. But it's exhausting defending something that feels so vivid and real to people who've decided not to believe you no matter what. For a long time, I tucked the memory away. It was still there, untouched and powerful, but I didn't talk about it. It became a private part of my past. Then, years later, long after I'd stopped expecting anyone to understand, I had a conversation with my grandmother that brought everything rushing back. We were talking about the supernatural. She knew I had always been interested in things that couldn't be explained. Maybe she sensed I wanted to revisit the topic, or maybe she just felt like sharing something. Out of nowhere, she said, "Did I ever tell you about the lady with the candle at the top of the stairs?" I stared at her. The words landed in my chest like a punch. I wasn't sure what to say. I was afraid she was trying to feed into my old story, to give me something symbolic or comforting. But as she continued talking, her voice didn't sound like she was humoring me. She sounded serious, almost troubled. She told me that when her youngest daughter, my aunt, was little, she used to draw pictures of a lady in a white gown holding a candle. Not once or twice, but repeatedly. This figure always stood at the top of the staircase in the drawings. My aunt said she had seen this woman many times, felt her presence, sometimes standing still, sometimes watching, sometimes just there. My grandmother described the drawings in detail. My aunt would draw the gown, the candle, the faint glow around it. She was a child at the time, maybe 5 or 6, but the drawings were consistent. Always the lady, always the stairs, I didn't want to get my hopes up. I didn't want to assume anything. So later I went to my aunt directly. I asked her if the story was true, trying to keep my tone neutral. She didn't laugh. She didn't hesitate. She confirmed it immediately. She remembered drawing the pictures. She remembered seeing the woman. She remembered a presence near the top of the stairs. Not harmful, but powerful, unmistakable. And the place she said she felt it the strongest? Right where I had jumped. Hearing that made the hair on my arms stand up. It wasn't proof, it wasn't an explanation, but it was alignment, something that made the pieces fall into a pattern that suddenly felt less random. I don't claim to know what happened to me that day. I don't know whether the woman with the candle was connected to my experience. I don't know whether she had been protecting me, guiding me, or simply passing through. I don't know why I felt weightless, why I floated, why I jumped without choosing to. But I know this. It happened. I can still feel that strange lightness in my bones when I think about it. I can still picture the stairway, the hallway, the shock of landing so softly. I can still hear myself shouting for my mom and grandmother, not caring whether they believed me. The memory hasn't faded. It hasn't softened. It's as sharp and clear as it was the day it happened. People can believe me or not. That's their choice. But if tonight's story stayed with you, leave a like. Subscribe if you're drawn to the quiet kind of horror, the kind that doesn't need to shout. Some things don't chase you, they just wait. This is LURK. I'll see you next time.